Yay!
That's awesome.
I know.
Do you know how to do the big box thing?
No. That's
Okay, I think if you go down and the little blue and pink person, and then next to your name, it should have the little expand. It's kind of like a little perforated square.
um
Man, John had to help me with this one. He needs to come back.
oh my god. Okay, hang on a second. So trying to get comfortable. Right, how do I flip my camera? Do I go to settings?
Oh man, I think a lot of what you can do is right under the pink and blue person. Or maybe it is under settings. Man, I'm terrible at this part.
No, I don't think it is. It's so weird because it was already flipped and it's like now it's not. Right, what did you say that I should do again?
Oh, the big box thing. So you can expand yourself where you can still see the chat, but then you're in the bigger box so everybody can see you. And you go to the blue and pink person and you'll see your name, and then at the right side of where your name is, there's a little kind of square that's just little dotted lines there. Yes.
Oh, that's better.
Perfect.
That's so much better.
That's got all
I,
of them.
right. I have a homophobic one as well.
Oh no, that's amazing.
That's so funny. I remember we were in Lucid's live one day and she was just showing the bingo card
Uh-huh.
and because it was like on her background, people just started piling in and they would and just started like saying stuff in the comments and we just ended up like having to just have the live right there and then about the bingo card.
Oh dang. I swear it's like they put out a all points bulletin to bring all of their little racist friends along with them.
Yeah.
One time, I think like a few months ago in John's live, someone came in and said that they were video record or not video recording, but like showing it in their Discord so they could all watch in their Discord and then come into the live and find it so that they're like all of their friends would swarm in. And it's so crazy.
That is crazy. That's just I've even had where I'm just in the comments and someone was like, "You're going to be all over Facebook tomorrow." And I'm like, "Okay."
Yeah, boomers like their home base now.
Hey Nordic Sage. That's it's just that's really funny. I just It's the way that you know that they just start piling. I find it hilarious.
I sent it to myself on accident. That was funny. I didn't even know you could be an option in like your own little thing.
That's so funny. Yeah, we're playing racist bingo. I think as long as I've been on this app, I've actually seen like a full house. I kid you not. Yeah, you can if you want.
Oh, what is it? When is White History Month? Is when.
What's up?
What's up?
Hello.
Why Sorry, I'm still reading over this card and it's tickling me pink.
The reverse racism one always trips me up when they use it because I feel like that means they know what racism is and that, you know, that you can't be racist to white people. That means they know that. And it's so wild that they still will say that it's possible.
Right, because if any race can experience racism, then you wouldn't have to put reverse in front of the word racism.
Like we just lost all critical thinking skills at that point.
I mean, if you think about it in the truest sense of how we've defined the word race as describing something, I almost view it as we're all the same race. We're the human race. It's just each and every person that comes from a different part of the world. How do I think of it? Um, have you ever read Charles Darwin's work on like finches, like the bird, the finch?
No, I don't think so.
He, I want to say if I remember right, he did a study on the Galapagos Islands, and there were a bunch of different types of finch. We're all human. We're just different types of human.
I could have sworn We're All the Human Race was on there.
Oh God, please don't say that.
So I
Don't.
came up here. Did he say Charles Darwin?
Yes.
Yeah.
The one who thought that we was monkeys?
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Oh,
Listen, man, I've never. I I
Man,
have
Charles Darwin was a racist.
I never claimed to be a very intelligent man. I am just a man.
I'm a man too, but at the end of the day, you should know the study of Charles Darwin if you're gonna bring him up.
That's fair. I got stuck on the Finch thing and forgot that he even said it was a Darwin thing. But yep.
Well, learn something new, I suppose.
Freedom, you've got full powers now.
I'm just surprised that anyone bring up Darwin. I'm just surprised. Like, Darwin? Out of all the people, you could bring up Bird than Darwin.
I'm so dead.
At least Bird repented. Darwin just went to his grave and thought that white people were superior and black people was inferior. They were animals. I had to come up here so quick when he brought up Darwin. I'm like, did he actually say Charles Darwin? I'm just so lost in the sauce.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Sure, now that I know that, I probably could have gone a different route with that, but you know, I feel like I still got my point across, despite getting laughed at.
What was that?
That I don't. So me personally, I don't view race as me as a fat white guy, and you as a person of color. I don't view that as race. We're the same race. We're both humans. It's just you come from a different ancestry than I do. We come from a different lineage.
Sir, you come from my ancestors. What the fuck? Did you not know that black people birthed you? Your ancestors before? If it wasn't for our people, you wouldn't be here.
Are you saying that race is biological?
I mean, I wasn't trying to. I'm sorry if it came off that way.
Sir, how long white people been on Earth?
Why T? I'm confused.
Silver, can you explain that to him?
So that's the TikTok friendly word for the color white.
Okay. I'm learning something new every day, okay? That's an interesting question.
No, it is interesting, isn't it? How long has white people been on Earth?
I can't say I know off the top of my head.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question: was white people in the Bible? And I
No,
will follow the Bible.
no. That was one of the first things I learned when I took a theology course in college.
Okay, so throughout the Bible, you know that white people didn't exist, right?
No,
Okay, so you still don't know how long white people been on Earth.
I mean, I don't know an exact number, but I know it
Okay,
wasn't
I'll give it
long.
to you. 50,000 years. They only been on Earth 50,000 years. So that should tell you something.
John
So
Brown.
go ahead, Silver. Go ahead, Silver.
Hello.
Do you believe in eugenics?
Let me see if I remember. Eugenics was pretty much an attempt at selective breeding. I do remember that. So no, I'm not with eugenics.
But you think that black people and white people have different ancestors, different beginning origins, a different origin story?
At this rate, no. I would say my thought process on that has changed. I I'm trying to compose the words to where I'm not trying to
No, take your time.
stir.
We're friendly about it. We'll just ask if you say something we think is, off the reservation. Oh gosh, I can't believe I just said that. I'm gonna actually mute myself because that is a horrible thing to say.
Off the rocker.
Yes. So, but yeah, we'll stop you if you get too, out of line. But otherwise, we'll have a conversation about it.
Like it's. I guess more or less that's just my frame of thinking. Is hey, this is my family, that's your family. We come from different lines. Your family might be better off than mine was. I I go off that basis because I don't. What's the word I'm looking for? Uh, yeah, no, I've now just lost my train of thought.
No, it's okay. So it sounds like you're saying, like you would even say, I assume you're whitey, as I'm whitey, that yours and my ancestors are different because we're from different families.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure somewhere way, 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 way up, you know,
Like
way up the
50,000 years.
line, yes, we share common ancestors, but it's one of those things where it's like, hey, I don't know how far that relation would go back. That's why I always start off with, hey, our lines are a little different.
Hmm. And you said theology class?
Yeah, I studied I studied religion, or so sorry, autism. So I took a theology course in high school, or not high school, college. Jesus, age. So I took it in college because, one, I needed a filler class, and two, studying religion and religious history has always been a particular interest of mine. That's where I immediately was, or as soon as Freedom brought it up, like, no, I know nobody in the Bible was white. Jesus wasn't white. Nobody in the Bible was white. Matter of factually, all the names you see in the Bible are, in essence, Romanized names. That's not their original names. Which unfortunately, a lot of those names were lost because that's just how Constantine got down when he radicalized Christianity throughout the Roman Empire.
And so, in saying, so you're kind of, your baseline of thinking is that we're all one race, the human race, correct?
I mean, I know that probably sounds like some corny, oh, this YT boy is trying to get out of a debate. No, that is genuinely what I believe. Like, I'm sure you're probably going to laugh and be like, oh, that's a thing on the bingo card, but I swear to you, I'm telling you the truth when I say it. No, I don't have friends of color. I have family of color. Because I come from a military.
Do you
Or
think that having family that is from the black community means that you can't be racist?
no, hell no. That would be a hypocritical statement.
Okay. So there's no reason to bring up your family or
I
those that you served with, your brothers
well,
in arms.
it's not. Let me, because you kind of cut me before I could finish that train of thought. I am
Okay.
not claiming to be a veteran. I am not claiming to be a veteran.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
My
Thank you.
my father was a veteran, and my godfather was his best friend. And
You,
it ended up I becoming friends with them, and they just became my family.
and telling that story means what?
I don't. You know what? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's almost some responses that are just ingrained to where we can fall back on. I mean, yeah, sure. I probably could have not brought that up and been perfectly fine, but I did, and here we are.
And that's why it's on the bingo card. And you said a very
Yeah.
important word there. You said ingrained, right? What does ingrained mean? Where did we learn these responses from?
Um, in essence, I would probably say the previous generations. So, like my grandparents, my great grandparents, as an example.
Yeah, absolutely. So based on that, we can understand that within ourselves, we say some of these things on the bingo card, not even realizing that that means we've inherently pulled
Got
from
to
those
that
past
point.
generations, and that kind of makes us within ourselves racist. Yeah. So that kind of makes us within ourselves racist for believing these things without really even understanding where they come from.
I Yeah, I would say that'd probably be the case because I also I live by the old adage there's no excuse for ignorance.
I like that
So I
actually.
am
I like that
wrong.
one. Yeah. You can be
And
ignorant once, right?
you can be ignorant once, but you can't be ignorant again. And even then I still have a hard time with that because look at the age we live in. I mean, hell, we're holding what would equivalently have been a supercomputer back in our parents' time in the palm of our hand. We have all of this information before us. Like there's a reason they call the era we're in the information era.
So would you say then that if we are, looking at this and understanding that we've been ignorant once, and now it's incumbent upon us to begin to change that, what does that change look like?
Practice. A lot of practice. Because you're going to have to, or at least coming from my case, being a neurodivergent person, it's going to be a little bit harder because I now have to try to find ways to associate that with something and be like, hey, hold on, wait a minute, we got to break that. And I don't know how necessarily y'all's brains function, but I'm a lot slower. So it's one of those things that it's going to take me a bit, but it's not for lack of trying, I guess, is the best way I could put it.
So what resources do you think, like, if this is something you're just kind of stepping into, or is this something you've thought about before, when it comes to unpacking our inherent racism? What does that look like? What does that journey look like for us every day in practice?
I mean, I can't necessarily speak for everyone.
That's fair.
I am just me. You
Yeah,
are
and
you.
yep. And that's all I would ask for you to speak for in this regard. What does that next step? Because I can tell you what that next step looks like for me, or looks like. John can tell you what that step looks like for him. And so I'm curious, what that looks like for you. Would you like resources? Would you maybe like a beginning point?
So I have an idea of what I need to do. I need to find ways to develop. I don't want to call it a coping mechanism, but a form of a mechanism that's like, oh, well, I'm going to say this, smack on the wrist. Hey, no, stop it. Don't be dumb.
When I look at saying like that, I think about the colonizer mindset that comes along with kind of the racism and the white supremacist ideology, that there must be a punishment if we step out of line, where I'm more of the mind in deconstructing that aspect of it. Instead of punishing ourselves, we should be preparing ourselves in a manner and preemptively stepping into right behavior, and not a punishment at the end, because a punishment doesn't stop the action from happening. It just means you're going to be punished once that action happens. And so, beginning to learn and remove some of these talking points, not just from our language and from how we communicate with each other, but also within our hearts and what that looks like. Learning empathy in place of, these talking points, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I mean, it does, but like I said, my brain functions different from yours. Mm-hmm. So, yes, I agree. For most, a system of deconstructing it would be great. But deconstruction doesn't necessarily work for me. That's just how I've been. Hell, my therapist is still trying to figure out why that is.
I love that you're in therapy, though. Therapy for the win. I think everybody should be. It would do good for a lot of people to be in therapy.
Well, I mean, I realized I needed it, not... I mean, obviously, yes, I'm doing it for me, but I'm also, doing it for my foster child. Because she's sitting there talking to me, and I'm just blanked off into space thinking about other things, and she's like, hey, are you okay? And I'm just, all of a sudden, no, I'm not okay. So I guess one final time she asked me that, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
No, I'm glad. I'm definitely glad then that you were connected with therapy. Do you like book reading, documentary watching? How do you like to take in information?
So for the most part, it would, if I can get it in the form of like an audiobook, then I'd be perfect, because I can listen to it while I work. But for the most part, if I'm at home, either I'll just read on my own time, or I'll come up and sorry, I looked down at what John was saying and I got distracted. But a lot of the time I just talk about it, because, that way, like, when Freedom was checking me, just like, hey man, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? And it's like, okay, hold on a second. Let me go back, reanalyze, reword, and re-engage. Because at that point I realized, wait a minute, hold on. I think I struck a nerve. I think in most of my mind, it's, oh God, did I cause offense? I didn't want to cause offense. But it was one of those, okay, hold on, let me recoil back and let me re-engage on the topic and see if I can word it different, or maybe I can be like, okay, well, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? That way I can find a viewpoint to re-engage from.
So I worry though, because what it sounds like you're doing there is you're asking freedom to do the labor of checking you when you should be working on those internal checks for yourself.
To an extent, yeah, now that you bring that up, that is kind of fucked, ain't it?
And it's just another way that when we look at the white supremacist ideology and what that ideology really looks like, that we deserve to have the information brought to us, to have the information given to us, to require others to do the labor for us in that regard. And it's important for us to begin to say no, and bring that within ourselves. And if you like, what I would think would be maybe a good idea, what I would kind of cool if I could give you like an assignment or something like that, is maybe give you a book to read and then have you come back and do like a book report and kind of talk about what you read and what you found. That way it's not, other people giving you the information and doing the work. It's maybe hearing what you've learned and adding into what you've learned.
I mean, I'd be more than willing to give it a shot. I can't promise it's going to be on an immediate time frame,
Oh
but
shoot,
I
heck
could
no,
give it a
heck
shot.
no. And in the meantime, just hang out with us and chill, and begin looking at these things, when we are up here to talk about them and stuff like that. But if you like audiobooks, for sure, I think there's a couple of them, depending on how you take in, like if you use Audible, I think, what is it? The Condemnation of Blackness, I think, is the one that's currently, if you have
What the
membership to
fuck was
Audible, you
that?
can get it. It was gifts.
Jesus H, that scared the shit out of me. But yeah, no, hold on.
Uh-huh. And if anybody else wants to talk, I can be quiet too.
Nah, you're good. Sorry, it's you know what, John? I'm not even gonna respond to that.
John down in the comments being offensive.
Yeah, he's really
Maybe.
bashing them Cowboys today.
I think my opinion, I'm going to say this, that a lot of white tea people expect black people to educate them. And I'm one of the black people, and I know So Melody is one of the black people that I can speak on, that we are tired of trying to teach you. When we are in our schools give rundown books, what you guys have used, rundown computers. This is still existing in 2024. So any extra education that we learn, we must go to a library, or we must do research on our own. We don't have teachers to teach us this because they don't have these in our class. So at this point, that why do you expect black people to teach you something that you should have already learned? Um, We're
I
not.
mean, I would call that a bold assumption as
Hold
to
up.
something I should have already learned, but
Hold
I
up.
take your criticism.
Hold up. This is the crazy part is that our ancestors, if you go back to slavery, they made laws for our ancestors from the Catholic Church to the slave owners. If you are caught um, teaching a slave, you would get fined the first offense. Second offense, you may get jailed. Third offense, you will lose your life because you are teaching a slave how to read. And now these days that a lot of YT people are demanding us to teach them. But you have the best teachers, the best computers, the best books, best education. But you expect us to teach you. We are not here to teach you. We're not obligated to teach you. Just like when I had to bring up Charles Darwin, the racist of all races. You didn't even think in your head about this guy. But I had to come up here and say something. And you said, oh, that's right.
Well, in that particular point, yes, I will admit,
So is it the pause of white tea that you cannot stop interrupting me?
I, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. On my end, it sounded like you had stopped, so I was going to speak. I will refrain from speaking.
You know what? You go right ahead. I'm gonna put myself on pause, and Silver or John can talk to you because once I was interrupted 3 times, I'm no longer gonna talk to you.
So there's a difference between pausing and being done speaking. Part of when we look at some of the YT supremacists, the sense of urgency, the sense that we need to get our piece out, that we need to be prepared to speak as soon as the other person stops speaking, is problematic and interrupts the good flow of conversation. Because if I have to stop to pause to find a thought or to find the word like you were doing earlier, you tend to step into that space and that stops my train of thought from being to go there. And so we need to just be mindful. You were really good at listening to me and have been the whole time. But Freedom, you've spoken over quite a few times. So I'm trying to read. I wanted to kind of quickly read Darwin's Finches to kind of get a better understanding of where you were kind of coming from the beginning. And if John wants to come up here, I'll happily trade with John to go sit and tap if John wants to come up and speak.
I'll be the one to step down. I apologize, Freedom, that I caused offense to you. I truly am sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Like I said, I thought you were done speaking at that point. That's my fault. So if he wants to come up, I will step down.
Oh, no. Freedom is the one. John was in here in a box earlier, but he stepped out. Usually John or I will speak. And if John speaks, then, I'll sit quietly and tap. But we found out earlier that tapping from the box isn't good. So that wasn't anything about you. And there's no need to feel guilty or feel any type of way. Kind of like you were saying earlier, once you know better, do better. It's been brought to your attention, just do better. But I'm still trying to read and talk at the same time and look at this Finch thing. Because it's just saying it was just 18 different species of birds. So living together. So you really were a human race coming together. And do you think that coming together is important?
Trying to advance into a brighter future, yes, I believe we do need to come together. Uh, I mean, obviously, unlearning the learned tendencies is going to be a difficult. It's going to be a difficult thing. I mean, I've already shown that, but it's an endeavor that I'm willing to go through.
You're willing to kind of deconstruct that inherent racism. Okay.
Like I said earlier, because you had brought up
Uh-oh.
Oh, we see Savannah down here with her boats that she think people are so ignorant about the boats. Like, come on. Like, really. Like the 888. Stop.
Yeah, Savannah needs to come up here and quit being a chicken down in the comments.
Right, exactly. Like, are you scared that you're gonna have a conversation that you may learn? Or are you scared that you don't give a crap and you're gonna show your ignorance? Which one is it? But no, you didn't defend me. It just, the only part that I have is, please go and educate yourself. Like, that's the only thing. Like, if we can educate ourselves of old books and old computers, why can't you?
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
And I wanted to kind of share a story with Nordic because talking about coming together and all of this stuff. I too fell victim to wanting that without understanding exactly what it was I was asking for. Because when I thought when we looked at feminism and we looked at women's rights, that we had won this great big victory with Roe v. Wade. And when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I stepped back into the ring of activism to begin we're all going to come together and we're going to stand up for our rights and we're going to get this thing done. And I was met by Black women, Indigenous women who said, welcome back to the fight. And, of course, me and my dumbfounded white privilege did not fully understand what they were saying. And when I began to look into researching it and look into what was happening, and it was that forced sterilization has been on the books and was upheld in Buck v. Bell. And that was something that those groups had to face while I had stepped out of the ring of fighting for women's rights. That there was a lot more happening that within my white privilege I missed. And so coming back in, I don't have a right to ask for anybody to come together with me because I abandoned. And throughout the history of the United States, white people have abandoned the Black community. We've put things like affirmative action in place and then just turned around and mocked anybody who used it, not understanding that white women were the highest beneficiary because affirmative action was not just based on race. It was based on being in a minority group, which women are considered a minority group. And so white women benefited the most from that. And so we've utilized these tools and then blamed the Black community for their position. And so to ask anybody outside of white people to come together in the stance against this, in the stance against what we have done, is kind of asinine to me, and kind of falls short of what we need to do in accepting what the United States has become, or has been, actually the entirety of the time. Can you understand how that might be problematic?
Yeah, I'm just processing all that
Oh,
information.
perfect,
Like I
perfect,
said,
no
my
problem.
brain's a little slower.
Nope, I'm down for the slow brain. I have PTSD and a TBI, so I sometimes too am rather slow at my downloading. My downloading speed is slower than my uploading speed sometimes, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah, huh?
Well, not to sound like I'm downplaying it or anything. That's just how I respond to things. Like,
No,
yeah,
that's what I was kind of saying. Like, it
yeah,
felt like you were like, yeah, 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 like it was going through your head. So I do the same thing. It's kind of funny.
yeah. Gears are clicking.
Yep. And in college, in math class, I would get the problem, like 3 problems, when the teacher would have moved on to like 3 problems, and then like 3 minutes later, be like, oh my gosh, I got it. You know, so I'm with you on that. Oh, I love that. More low key. If you don't have the bruises like us, how do we know you're in the fight with us? And that's exactly it. You know, we've, in our white privilege, we've stepped into the idea that the only thing holding any American back is the class system, and have completely ignored what is happening when we look at the structural racism within the United States. And that's why we have bingo cards that show, you know, because we've all been conditioned to believe these things, to say these things. And we can look at their outcomes when we look at any system, you know, within America.
Right.
Love the saying what he said, low key said, if you don't have the views like us, how do we know you are in the fight with us? And that is the true fact. Like, I don't believe in allies at all. I'm gonna tell you straight up, I don't believe in allies. I believe in a compass. So you stand beside me and you work hard and you get abused just like I do.
Every person we've worked with. What about someone outside?
Yeah.
A lot of Caucasians, white tea people don't understand. You could sit up here and say you this and you that, but are you really fighting a fight? Because at this point, when you fight this fight, you might lose your life. Because a lot of people don't like you fighting against them. They like white supremacy. They like the control that they have through legislation, through the laws, through all this. They like this. So if you can't stand beside us, then why are you here? You might as well keep yourself as a white supremacist and keep going.
Do you mind if I pose a question to you?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
No, that to Freedom, because I want to see what their point of view is on it. If you don't mind me troubling you.
Go ahead. I said sure, no problem.
Oh, I never heard it until now, so my apologies.
Sure, no problem.
Um, so do you? And I'm not trying to be offensive. No, I'm not trying to be rude or anything when I ask this question. Do you view all YT people as YT supremacists? Like, just so I can try to see where you know, I'm trying to get that point of perspective.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's fair. You have every right to.
What was the reason behind the question? Because, I mean, I'm gonna give you a fine example.
Yeah, please.
Peter Spencer, he come from Jamaica, and you can look him up. Last year he was unalived, and how was he unalived? He befriended a white guy who portrayed himself as a ally, was a friend, and da 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 da. And I can name a whole lot of other black people who went to these white tea people house and they wind up being unalive. But Peter Spencer stand out tremendously. Peter Spencer, his friend came to him, who is white tea, and said, "Hey, let's go hunting." And Peter Spencer's like, "Okay, cool. You know, he's gonna this first time he's going hunting and stuff like that." Little did he knew he was the one who was gonna be hunted. Peter Spencer was pew 5 times in the chest. To this day, this is 2004, 2024, and no one has been charged. It was five people who was hunting, and they hunted him, who was all white tea, and never was charged. So the reason why I brought up Peter Spencer, how would I know? And I know John always bring this up on his space as well. How did Peter know that he was a bad guy? We don't know. We only have one life to live until we reincarnated. So at this time, Peter Spencer and all the other people who trusted YT people are unalived. How would you know? Like Muhammad Ali, who actually spoke of this, he said, if you see 1,000 rattlesnakes coming to you, which one you gonna say is the good rattlesnake?
I mean, going off a basis of logic, you wouldn't say that a rattlesnake is a good snake.
Exactly.
So, no, that you do bring up a fair point. And again, I thank you for the insight.
It's a problem because we don't know who is good and who is bad. We only have one life to live. So what if I go over someone's house and I'm thinking they are good white tea people, and they wind up unaliving me? Don't get no time, no nothing, but my life is gone. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we have to worry about. A YT person coming in our life, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm a good one," and wind up finding out later on they're not good people. Matter of fact, I can't remember this guy's name, but he went over to a party. Um, and this guy is a well-known white supremacist, but white tea supremacist, and his daughter invited him over. About 6 hours later, they found him strange fruit, and I don't know if you know what strange fruit is, hanging, um, in the basement of their house. No one was charged there at that particular time.
That's fucked.
Right. I can give you several incidents that happened to African American people that were befriended by white tea people who claimed that they was allies and they were friends to these black people. So no, I'm not gonna take a chance. I can actually say, if I visit anyone, it will be John Brown. I can actually say that because I
I
talk to him off and on
Yeah,
on the app. So I know my life is not in danger. It's not in
at
danger
peril,
at all. At all. I don't have to worry about someone unaliving me.
of course. And I think I'm going to hang around here a little more, and I hope one day I can earn that trust. I know it's going to be a lot of work, but I would hope that I could earn that trust.
Close to silver. I'm close to silver more than you. And I'm still on that verge of not trusting silver. And I talk to silver all the time. Close to silver. But it it just is in our heart that we can't trust everyone who's white tea.
And that's something you also have to realize too, is that you may have passed the test for somebody, like you were saying, family, that you had family that were from the black community, or I think your dad had a friend that then you guys all became family. But that doesn't mean to everybody that you're going to be a safe space, that you're going to be an ally. And
Of course.
so we're not here to earn anybody's trust. We're not here to do that, because absolutely, freedom should not trust me. I am a whitey, especially a whitey woman, and if I at any moment stop doing the work, stop trying to be actively anti-racist, I'm going to fall back into that mold, because it's what we've grown out of. And so always there's going to be the danger of that. And even if I'm safe in one moment, I may not be safe in another moment. So it's more about, we don't need to be anything for the black community. We need to just begin to remove this, because in order to be good people, period, we can't have racism in us. And if we're inherently racist, then how can we be also good people?
That's a fair point.
And this is not to bash in any, because I don't feel, you notice I don't get upset when I'm told that, because it's understandable. We're not white, we're not bashing on white tea people. White tea isn't this hideous thing. If you have white skin, you're bad, you're a throwaway. But it just means that with what we've done here in America, there's a lot that we have to begin to work on.
I am tracking what you're saying. I'm just looking down at the stream of comments. Duct, is that? Do you mind if I ask if that's directed at me or not? I just want to be sure so I can answer your question.
Probably just more in general for what we're talking about, because Duct made a good point. If you go back a couple, it says that we're like firearms, we're loaded until we're cleared.
Yeah.
And so, absolutely. And we need to understand that, even sitting on this panel, if freedom were to tell me to my face, Silver, I really just don't trust you. I really don't think, I think you're, performative and not genuine. And what pushback am I going to have for that? You have to be able to accept that. You have to be able to accept that because of what has happened, this is the result of that. This is normal behavior to abnormal abuse.
Of course.
Okay. But yeah, so more than likely, yeah, he was talking to you, talking to me, talking to all the white tea people, all of us.
I mean, tell you the truth,
That
I'm
a
looking
lot
at
of
it.
white tea
Oh,
people
sorry.
always expect black people to just fall in line and love them. And I noticed that a lot of white tea people. Why you hate us so much? Why you don't like? Why you don't want to talk to us? Why you don't want to have anything to do with us? Uh, you can look at the past and present. Like y'all have a past and present.
That was a good conversation just off of one square.
I agree.
So did you get through the whole list over there before we kind of started talking? Were there any more that, or are there any that you questioned that you don't understand why they might be racist?
No, I'm just compiling resources that I'm going to be combing through and studying as I go through this journey, and I'm going to just see what I learn, how I can apply that in my life, so on and so forth. And I kind of realized in this particular moment, I feel like it might have been wrong for me to say that, hey, I want to try to earn your trust. At least from the surface level information I am seeing. So I will just do what I can to, how do I want to term this? I don't want to say as in like being an asset in the fight, but yeah, no, that's exactly what that's exactly why I'm going through as I'm sitting up here talking. I'm getting this information. I'm getting what books I can listen to as an audiobook, because that's just what's easier for me.
Heck yeah.
And just trying to, yeah. And I know you gave me one of them, which is
He's taking notes. What is happening?
Cause
Are
usually
you
people
taking
don't take no
notes?
notes, right, Sybil? They do not take any notes.
Nope.
They're just like they just want you to keep on talking, and that's it.
I love
Right.
the taking notes. I love it.
wait, what?
I asked because you coffee cupped real quick, and I was like, oh, "Is he taking notes?" Because that's honestly, if you are taking notes, it's a big compliment, because so many times people don't, and you give them a list of things to do, and then they just keep coming back using the same talking points, and it's yeah. I mean, still the only people that look at my link tree every once in a while, I can tell if opposition has looked at my link tree, because they look at different sources, whereas all the friendlies look at the kind of the right sources, and I can see where everybody's looking, but very rarely.
Hello.
Hey, John. I hope you feel
Wow.
better.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that great.
It's probably the Miracle Whip sandwiches. And Freedom said he was going to come eat with you, and I told him to be careful because you was going to make him eat. You were going to make him eat Miracle Whip.
I'm gonna make you eat Miracle Whip
Yup,
sandwiches,
yup.
You're
Silver.
in trouble.
And I wasn't gonna. I was like, I repent.
Oh good lord.
I can't eat Miracle
The
Whip. I
more
actually get sick physically afterwards.
I've been thinking about it. I told
it
John,
must
I
have
was
been
like,
the bread then.
since
I'll
we've been
smell it
talking
maybe.
about it, I haven't tried it since I was really young. And so I was like, maybe I'll go back and do it, but I can't. I can't. And Nordic John is actually someone to follow. John hosts lives much more often than I do. And Duct as well is good to follow. We all have book lists for you. In my link tree in my bio, there's going to be some. John always has, and that's why I asked, because we have documentaries that you can watch. We have, books that can be read, and there's like a ton of information out there to begin to do the work.
You know what?
Sorry, I just read Loki's comment. Mayo, hey yo. Sorry, that gave me a chuckle. So the reason why I tend to go with audiobooks, I am a welder by trade. So I don't really have a lot of time to sit down and watch something or read a book. So I put on an audiobook so I can just be like, oh, okay, I can listen while I go.
So do you have audible.com?
So typically, and I said this before because I absolutely despise Jeffrey Bezos. I'm not paying that man anything if I don't have to. But, no, typically what I do is I find, I'll compile a list of books, like, say, there's a genre of books I want to read, and, I want to get the audiobook. I'll go browse the internet, whatever resources I can find, and just get copies of those audiobooks and download them.
Okay. I mean, I think for us as white people, we want to be judged as individuals, but then we don't do that ourselves.
Right.
So when you look at the collective and what's been done, it's pretty horrific
Yeah.
as far as like the violence and oppression.
It's
that-
easy
that-
to see where we're the problem.
Right. So, I mean, we have to go off that, and these people that were doing this stuff were, they were in power. Just from the things that the government has done, and I hear a lot of white people want to deflect about, well, that was the government. Well, no, that was white people in the government that caused, that has done a lot of harm. Yes, it is the government, but it's white people. They want to deflect from that. So I don't think we can do that. We have to look at it, and it's a matter of taking accountability. And we, white people get upset when well, I didn't do nothing, I didn't do this, and I didn't do that. But these are still, you gotta, when you're looking at, for people who are not white, this is things that they didn't do either. But these are things that have happened to them.
As a result.
By white people. So I have to look at it as a collective, because as a collective, we've done harm to tens of millions of our citizens. As a matter of fact, hundreds of millions for generations now. So, it's really important.
Yeah.
I started, with reading books and everything, where I look at the history, of, the reason for, or what Jim Crow was, what slavery, what race-based chattel slavery really was. And that's important. It's very important. But it's also, I started looking into what white supremacy has done, what we have done in the name of white supremacy, and the people who have developed the ideology that led to the treatment, to the justification of Jim Crow, let's say, after the Civil War. All the rhetoric, all the harmful things that were done has been because of, white people, mostly white men. Yeah, there's a ton of book suggestions. The Condemnation of Blackness by Khalil Gibran Muhammad. Um, Mothers of Massive Resistance, where it talks about how white women were started the fight for basically like the party switch. How it was small pockets of white supremacists in the South, and more spearheaded by grassroots white women who were white supremacists and wanted to keep, Jim Crow intact. From the 1930s, the party switch wasn't a thing just in the 60s or 70s. It was over 30, 40 years. So, it's really important to look at it. Look up, what's his name? John H. Van Every, Frederick L. Hoffman. I mean, just some really damaging rhetoric, which basically led up for white people to the justification for building this country and having, white only neighborhoods, and then, black and brown neighborhoods where, they didn't get the best quality of, the products to build. They didn't get the best places to build either. They weren't building white neighborhoods where there were, smokestacks and all these, harmful companies that put pollution out into the environment. That's where they built black and brown neighborhoods. Some of the stuff we've done, the government used eminent domain, to build the highways in this country, and did that mostly through black and brown neighborhoods. Just many things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize for cutting you off. I'm actually getting a phone call from my father because I'm getting ready to go through a big move, and I just am trying to get a lot of information sorted out. I will be back, though. I promise you
back. So, okay.
I will be back, but
sounds good. Well, good luck with that. Okay. And still going on today. Look at what Duck said. Duck's comment. Still going on today. And I know specifically the one time where, Duck was up on my panel when we were talking specifically about Montana. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely, Duck. Yeah, that was, he seemed very open to it, and Silver and Freedom did a great job. I just wanted to come up and help a little bit, but I'm going to drop back down because I'm not feeling good. Just having a rough day, and
What's wrong?
just been real busy and doing a lot of shit the last 2 days, and I'm just now I don't feel
right. What you been eating?
Yeah. I've been eating fine. Just I don't know. I just
You
don't
ain't
feel
been
good.
eating right. God damn it! I know. I'm a diabetic. What you been eating?
And
You see,
I'm
hey,
afraid. I don't
Simba.
want
You see, hey, so
to.
melanated.
My
You see,
stomach's upset. I don't want to. I
he
don't want a
he
Dallas
ignoring
Cowboy
it.
into a bowl.
Yeah, he ignoring it. What you been eating, John?
What are you talking about?
Right. I'm a diabetic, y'all. When we get sick, y'all, we been eating bad.
Um,
You
starting to
see
break
us?
up. I can't hear you.
Right. I bet you can't.
It,
God, let me tell
yep.
you, when we start having stomach problems and we ain't feeling good, we ain't been eating right.
I'm okay.
What
And
you
now
been
my
eating?
dog's in my face. Like, what's wrong with you?
What you been eating?
I gotta go. I don't feel good.
Yo, John, you better.
My stomach's upset. I don't want to. I may end up, you know, I may end up Dallas cowboying into a bucket tonight,
That's
so I
out.
gotta
That's
go.
right. Cause your ass been eating some crazy shit. You won't tell people what you been eating.
No, I wasn't eating crazy shit. I
What you
had
ate? Why won't you tell me
noodles
what
for
you ate?
dinner. I had noodles for dinner,
What kind of
and
noodles? Wait, like
Yeah.
raviolis, like Chef Boyardee in a can
no,
noodles?
no, like the box stuff,
Oh, that's even worse.
because that's what we had with. We had some turkey burgers and side, but I'm tired too, but yeah.
Gonna
I-
eat starch with starch. He ate noodles with turkey bagels, burgers with buns.
Yeah. At least
I didn't even
Why?
eat the
Why would you do
buns.
that?
No, I didn't even eat the buns.
What you ate? Just
And
a burger.
I just had ketchup. That's it.
You so full of shit. It's something
I'm
that
not.
you ate.
Look
I'm
it. No, no,
gonna
no.
call
Listen,
Jen.
listen.
I'm gonna call
Look
Jen.
it.
I'm gonna
Look
call.
it. Listen.
I'm
Look
gonna
it.
call
Listen.
Jay. I mean, I ain't seeing it. I'm gonna
No,
call Jay.
listen. No. You know why? Because the wife brought me in the plate, and she didn't bring me no fucking
Oh,
no
Are
bread with
you
it.
really
I had to
blaming
eat it
her?
he
without
didn't have
bread.
any. So melanated, he didn't have any Miracle Whip.
Nah, that had nothing to do with it. Are you really gonna blame her?
Well, no, I'm not blaming her. What I'm saying is, I didn't even have bread with my turkey burgers because she brought me in the plate. Because she came in here
What you
earlier,
have for dessert?
I had nothing for dessert.
Okay.
So listen, she came in here earlier, and I was in Tori's live. I fell asleep on the panel.
You do that
And
all
Jen walked in, and she's like, "Hello." I was sitting up in my chair sleeping, like in a regular ass chair. I learned that from high school. I can fall asleep anywhere.
you do
But
that all the time.
And you snore too.
Yeah, he does. That's Norby off the chain. Doesn't Miss
that was
no
unnecessary.
validated? He get in the live and he'll sit up there doing the live and he'll say, and we're like, the fuck?
Yeah, I snore bad, but yeah. I'm gonna go take a stomach pill because I don't want to end up Dallas cowboying into a bucket.
That's okay. You may need some cheese to stop you up for a minute.
That may help.
That's that.
And is that
That's
you know
that
what?
shocker shit.
That cheese will probably defeat that feeling of having the Dallas Cowboy into a bucket,
That's
just like
okay.
last year.
That's okay, cause that cheese, that pack of shit, that stop you up for a minute. That's why that might be what's wrong with your stomach. You may need a shit.
Well, I did get some cheddar cheese to make some. I didn't have any yet though. I got cheddar cheese to make some grilled cheese sandwiches, and I did use a little bit on burgers last night.
You
So,
may need to use that Miracle Whip so you can slide your shit out.
oh my god! I usually on burgers, I don't use the Miracle Whip on burgers really. I'm a ketchup guy. But
I'm
like
surprised you don't
meat,
put it on the buns.
It is on the
I
bun.
don't. I don't. I usually don't. I don't. The Miracle Whip, no.
Oh,
Not on burgers.
y'all, it's on your ass, your bun ass.
Oh Jesus.
I can slide on out.
Okay,
That's terrible.
Miracle Whip.
oh,
Oh God. So, I think so. Melanated should put up the pictures. Put up the pictures they had up at the beginning of your last live.
okay. I have a question for you, so melanated.
Sure.
I held a live yesterday, and it turned into a freaking nightmare. Ended up having to leave halfway through, but that's besides the point.
Oh wow.
When someone starts talking about issues of the black community and they're not in the black community, and then they say, "Oh, well, I have black children," Is that a red flag?
Yes.
Do I have a right to call it out and kick them off my panel?
Yes.
Okay, because I was getting flack from everybody saying, "Oh, why'd you kick him off your panel?" When he does that, is that not like a microaggression?
So when are you talking about the person bringing up having black children?
Yes.
Yeah, that's tokenizing.
Yeah.
Grammy.
I'm glad that you brought this up, and I'm glad Grammy came into the live. Yesterday we was in Pizza Live, and Daz was talking to a black woman. Even though she's anti-black, I don't think Daz should talk to that black woman the way she was talking to her. Daz have no right.
Okay. No, I was just asking because I had taken them from my panel. I had blocked them because they were starting to go towards like poverty, and then it went to, I don't know how we got from women's rights to the black community, and I'm like, yeah, that has something to do with it, but what you're talking about has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And then he's like, well, I have black children. I'm like,
It
but that
did.
doesn't matter,
It did.
right?
It did. Because you kicked someone off because they were tokenizing, and I was talking about a white tea person who was talking to a black person and trying to
Oh,
correct them. So it's all in that same thing, and I do not like it. I did not like it, and that's why I left the live
no,
because
I just wanted to know, as a person who is biracial, I don't think I did anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure that I handled it properly. That's all.
you did, and that's why I came behind it, and it wasn't handled properly yesterday. What happened? That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
And I DM'd Gammy, and Gammy, I know you ain't say nothing, but I said what I said, and I'm gonna keep
Oh, I
on.
probably didn't see it yet. You did? Did you? Blah,
Yeah,
blah,
I
how'd
DM
did you
you,
DM me on here?
yeah, I DM you on TikTok, and I stand 10 toes down. That shit wasn't cool. I'm be for
I'll
real.
have to go back and look. I don't
Okay.
think I seen it.
I
No,
have to.
you
I've been
remember
I'm
when?
sorry
checking.
to
I've been
cause
trying to get
problems.
caught up on my messages today.
Yeah, I sent you a message when I said that wasn't cool for Daz to actually talk to that woman who actually is a person of color. Daz have no right to even talk to her at all. It should have been a black person, pizza. That
Des
Daz has,
isn't. I thought Des was. I thought Des was
Dez is
black.
black.
Yeah, Des
that
is
Dez is a
black.
Daz
black
is white
biracial.
presenting.
No, I don't. No, I wouldn't call Des white at all.
I call Daz white tea.
But that's me. So I mean, mm,
Just saying.
I
Didn't
thought.
think it was right. But anyway.
Yeah, I didn't think Des was white. That's why I just let him. I, I always thought Des was black.
To
Is that the
the
one that was black and Asian?
yeah. Norma. I think that was.
I can't say it either.
No, I think
No,
or something.
Yeah,
There
Yeah.
you go.
no,
I kept wanting to
right,
say nur, but it's not. It's
right.
nur.
She was anti-black all the way, but I just think I wish Pizza would have handled that instead of Dez.
Yeah, I just stopped tuning. I just stopped listening to her because it just became obvious that she was just there to talk just for the sake of talking.
Right. And I left too. I'm like, I'm out.
And then she was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you for the gifts." It's like, but look who's gifting
That
you.
was wild. But I feel, but she's, you know what?
White
She's
Pizza
young though.
Furnace.
She was very young. She was only like what? Didn't she say she was like? I want to say
18.
18, but she might have said 22. There was somebody else that was 22, but she was only like 18. So I think once she gets into school and is away from like her home environment. Do you know what I mean? Like, or gets out into the world more, it will probably change her mind on a lot.
Won't.
Because at 18, you're pretty much, you've
It
soaked
won't.
up what
It
your
won't change
parents have
your
fed
mind.
you.
It won't change your mind. Remember, we have to go outside the box to go and learn what really is going on. And the
It's
only
true.
reason why we learn is because we went outside the box. If you're gonna learn in school, it's not gonna teach you. It's gonna teach you the same white tea supremacist talking points. So she's not gonna learn nothing until She's gonna volunteer herself to go to a library and learn these things.
You know, I never thought about it, but you're right. You do have to step outside the box, don't you? Like, to
Yeah.
really, like, even outside, even with school, right? Like, even college, right? They teach you so much, but you do have to push it further, like, to really learn. You know what I mean? Like, you really do have to push it further. You have to step outside your box. You have to make an effort to, get the books that your teachers talk about and read the books that your teachers talk about and then analyze the book. Do you know what I mean? Not just
Yeah, it's
sit,
like
sit in a
even
lecture, right?
like if you're doing a research paper, right? So the information is going to go beyond what you're actually taught in the classroom. So you're going to have to go and just look even further and do your own research in addition. And I think personally, I think that that's not on purpose because the education system has its own agenda anyway. That's always been the case.
Mhm. Well, and teachers kind of, like, if they're doing, a lot of times you'll have someone teaching an undergrad class who's currently, like, say, working on their PhD or something. And so they're doing their big research project. So a lot of times, they'll break that down into smaller parts and have their students do, you can pick one of these 10 subjects to do your research project on, and then that gives you parts of your bigger research project.
Yes.
It's
I
already
took
done
this
for you.
one in one of my psychology classes. You could just tell that the particular professor didn't really put as much into teaching because like the focus was on their research. So what she would have us do was we would basically have like a project from one of the modules that we covered, and we had to basically teach it like in really creative ways. So it was like she was looking for ways to teach the class like in the future and use that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I had a teacher who, the first semester that she had taught this class, when it's your first semester teaching it, you have an idea of what you're going to do and you think you have it set up, but there's always something that goes wrong, right? And so we didn't have any tests. Our test was, and I think this was her way of preparing her tests for the next semester. Our test was at the end of each section or each chapter, we had to, in class, she would give us 15 minutes or whatever. And off the top of our head, because we never knew what day she was going to do it, we'd have to give her, like 3 main points that we learned out of the chapter and 3 things about each point. And I think that's what she used to create her tests for the next semester was, okay, these are the points that everybody's focusing on. This is what everybody's getting out of the chapter. I'm going to ask questions about this, but these are the things that nobody's mentioning. So these are the things I'm going to like focus on.
Ooh, we have a new person. Is it Kira?
Yeah, what's up? You haven't seen the anime from Death Note?
No. Sorry.
That's where I got it from. It's all good. So I don't see how. We'll just start with O, I guess. Bottom right corner.
I didn't even see the bingo card.
And
Oh my god.
hey, Graham, the funny thing, he come up there and the first thing he say, I don't see color. Why, damn it, we got a blight skin. How the hell you don't see our color?
Yeah. So, do you want to talk about that, Kira?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
can I ask you
imagine
a question? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Marcy.
you go ahead. You hold on, Rami. It's actually you guys'
I
life.
was just going to ask him really quickly, like if so when you were growing up, did your parents like how did they teach you about color then? Did they say don't see it, ignore it, pretend it's not there, or what?
I don't. No, no. Nobody taught me anything about equality. I guess.
Okay, so I have a question for him, so melanated, if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So Kira, have you ever seen or heard someone say, "I don't see you, but you're right in front of them"? Have you ever felt invisible and really, really low about yourself when you're right in front of people?
I'm blessed enough to say no. I have not experienced feeling invisible.
Okay. Okay. So when you say I don't see color, you actually dehumanize the person by not seeing who they are for the color of their skin, and that's also considered a racist remark. So that's why that is there. Does that make sense?
Well, the way I say, like, when someone tells me like, "Oh, I don't see color," like I would perceive that as like, "Oh, I don't, I see color in as equal to each other."
Yeah, but it's not that. Unfortunately, it's not. That's not the way it's been. So if by your very logic, that is very skewed because you have to retrain your brain to not think like that because that statement is dehumanizing to people of any color. Does that make sense?
So, like, in other words, like you're saying, like I'm looking past beyond the like, I'm looking past their struggles in a sense.
Yes, exactly. You're looking at a human, but you're not realizing that they're a human that face discrimination based off the color of their skin. So therefore, you are not acknowledging them as the human person that they are. You're just seeing them as a person. You're not seeing them for what they suffered.
I I actually understand that. That actually makes a lot of sense. Like the people face.
Now, Kira, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, I was just saying, like, I can sort of see that, but like, I would like, okay, let's just say if I said that, like, I don't see color. I'm not necessarily trying to like say like, oh, your struggles isn't who you are. I'm just saying your color isn't gonna make me like you more, or I'm not gonna be like thinking like, oh, let's just say a white person or a white colored person more superior than any other color. So when I say I don't see color, it's like more of like I will see you as like equal to me.
Might be what you mean, but how do you think other people hear it?
I can't say for like a definitive fact like they'll see it the way I do, but the way I perceive it is as I already stated, so no reason to repeat
Okay.
it.
So do you understand that? Um, if I'm not mistaken, you are a YT, right?
Yeah, I'm white.
Okay. So you understand that you are born with inherent privilege.
I say in 2024, no. I don't think I see any like
Yeah,
some.
because you don't see it, right? But you do. You are born with a privilege that you are not earned, my dear. Essentially.
So like when so like I okay, I'm starting to see what you mean. Like so like
So
the discriminatory fact, like racial profiling, for example, would be like
yeah,
an example of.
exactly. So
Okay,
when
I
you and your
understand.
buddies go to a store, Do you guys get followed around, or do you guys just get left alone?
Oh, I responded with left alone.
Okay, most people of color don't get that option. In fact, I know some people who have been followed around the store because they're not white too. It's dehumanizing because you can go to a bank and get a loan and not be asked a million questions. Someone else cannot. That does not have the privilege that you have. Do you understand? You're muted, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just hold on, guys.
If if I was trying to like, okay, so like, how would you like, what phrase would make me seem like I see all people equal without seeing the
Wait a minute.
color of their
I have a
skin?
question. Do you want to see people equally, or do you just want to seem like you see people equally? Because if you just want to walk around and pretend, I don't think any of us would be willing to help you. Because that's what would make me seem like. So you just want us to tell you how to trick people around you so that you can then turn around and be racist to them? Do you want to seem like you're not racist, or do you want to not be racist?
I don't want to be racist. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, I kind of see I don't see color though. Like I think like the color of your skin does like affect your everyday life, and like not seeing that would be a form of racism, I guess. Wait.
I guess. There's no I guess about it.
Well,
As far as I'm concerned, I mean, like, you got to be pretty freaking racist to ignore people's skin color.
even so, like even if I do like try to understand people of different color than me, and I do like understand like the oppression, would that make me not racist if I still say that? Or is that like if I do like see the oppression, I wouldn't be saying that?
So, again, I think you've got to decide whether you want to be seen as not racist or whether you really want to not be racist, right? Because the reality is, or whether you want to try to not be racist. Because the reality is that all white people are inherently racist. Like, we white presenting people. That's what I was going to tell you earlier with the white privilege. The closer that you are to white, right, the more acceptance that you have in this country. That's just the reality. We don't have to like it, but we do have to realize it, because that is reality. The closer you are to white in this country, the more acceptance that you have.
So like for example,
White privilege.
like where I like fuck like it would be hard to like say I can understand because I don't experience it.
Correct. You
But
don't,
if
and you won't ever experience racism, and you'll never be able to understand what it feels like.
what do you mean by like white people can't experience racism?
White people cannot experience racism. White people sit at the very top of the racial hierarchy in this country. So there's nobody above white people to push down on them. Not on race, if we're talking strictly about race. There's a racial hierarchy. Hang on. I have it on this phone. Hang on one second. Oh, where's Where is it at? I know I took a bunch of pictures, but it's gotta be, there it is. Okay. I gotta do it twice or it's not gonna save it, is it?
Do you mind if I speak while you're looking for it, or is it like
Got it right here.
kind of rude? Oh, sorry. Okay, my
So there's a
apologies.
racial hierarchy in this country, right? The closer there's whiteness and well, you can't see them; they're cut off now. But there's two arrows. Closer you are to white, the more acceptance you get going up, right? So the people on the tippy top of this hierarchy can push down on everybody. Black people, there's nobody underneath of them to push down on, right? Black people cannot be racist, and nobody can be racist to white people. There's nobody above them. White people put themselves at the top of the hierarchy. There is no one above them to be racist to them. In reality, white people are the only ones that can be racist. That word is reserved for the people at the top of the hierarchy who can push down on everybody. Everybody else can't be racist to each other. It's a different terminology. It's anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, anti-Asian. So black people can be anti-black to each other. Black people can be anti-indigenous. Indigenous people can be anti-indigenous to each other. They can be anti-black, and so on, anti-Asian, and so on, but not racist. That term is reserved for the people at the top that can push down on everybody. And I know that it sucks, and I know that it's uncomfortable, but the closer that you are to the top of that pyramid, the more acceptance that you get, and the more privilege in society that you have.
So, like, this is based off of, this can't be the definition. So I'm not even, I guess I can't even use the definition. So, like, if you
In a sociology class, we wouldn't use especially the dictionary definition. You would want to use the textbook. You would want your teacher's definition. You would want a culmination of multiple definitions.
So, and this goes with, like, because you're saying proximity as in, like, closeness, right? So, like, closeness to white means I have more power.
Have more privilege.
Why would, like, privilege, like, equate to, like, power, I would say?
They're
Serious right now? Wait, hold on. So, are you serious right now that why would privilege equate to anything? Right? That's what you repeat what you just said, because I'm going to get this straight.
Privilege, like, if I have white, I don't even know if that's true. Okay, yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. I'm trying to, like, be, like, as
here's
politically correct as possible.
here's how it happens.
So,
Here's how white privilege equates to power. I'll explain it. Okay. Do you remember the white woman who was in the park, who was, I think she was walking her dog, or maybe the black man was walking his dog, and she had her dog off leash, and he's like, put your dog on leash, and like, that's pretty much all he said to her. But she called the police, and she's like, oh my God, there's a black man attacking me. Oh my God. Oh, there's a black man attacking me. That's how her white privilege turned into power. She used her white woman tears to cry in attempt to utilize the police against a black man. That's how her white privilege turns into power.
you don't think that's just, like, a racist asshole who's, like, doing that? Oh, but that doesn't matter. That wouldn't necessarily
Because
matter.
she's a racist asshole who's doing that because she has white privilege and has power because of that.
So, like, why wouldn't that work if, like, if I was, like,
If you cried, it would work just the same. It would work exactly the same because you're a white man. It would work exactly the same. It would have worked exactly the same.
fuck, I don't know. So, like, but if a black person did that to me, we not even assume. We just know like it wouldn't work.
No, it would not be racist, and I'll tell you why. Because black people have hundreds of years of experience that tells them that white and white presenting people are dangerous to them. Do you know who Emmett Till is?
One more time. Not just the end part. I was coughing at the end. Sorry.
That's okay, honey. Do you know who Emmett Till is?
No.
I want you to take a few minutes and Google Emmett Till. Will you do that now? Can you just pause, and then go to your search thing and Google Emmett Till, Emmitt, and then Till, and just take a few minutes. Look at the pictures.
So, Gammy, I'm going to just say this. That is white tea privilege to me. If you do not, like Emmett Till, you don't have to know about anybody else. But Emmett Till, you don't know nothing about Emmett Till.
You did say, how old are you? How old are you? I don't think we asked that, did we?
I'm 23.
So you've been to have you been to college? Have you already been to college? Or any classes? Kieran?
Hello?
Oh, have you already been to college?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take a sociology class?
Yeah, I took a sociology class, and they touched on racism, but like it was more.
They didn't talk to you about Emmett Till?
No, they didn't. It was more about like what the sociology was more about like principles of freedom versus security, and like principles of like that.
Okay. So, I mean, you take it. I can't.
But like, how would like sociology like correlate with the like Emmett Till? I guess. Back to
Anyone who is taking any historical course in college has heard of the Emmett Till course. I am 40 years old. I know about the Emmett Till course. Anyone in Canada can tell you about the Emmett Till course.
They should talk about Emmett Till. There's several people that they should talk about, specifically to young people who don't know these things, because we know as educators that they didn't teach them to you in high school. So I'm not upset with you, but I'll tell you what, let me find out who your teacher is.
Yeah, I didn't take no history course for college. They said I didn't need it. I guess they said because my major was supposed to be in psychology. They said I didn't need it this year, and I just took my math, English, sociology, and then I got to pick a class for psychology.
You need to take that course.
You're not done then.
No.
Make sure you take as many sociology classes as you can. I know your major's in psych. I hear you. My major was in psych too in undergrad, and I did my grad school in social work. So it's basically a combination of psychology and sociology together. Really, is what it is. But take as much sociology as you can with your psych courses, because it's gonna give you a little bit different perspective.
Because my brother took actually I think he got his degree finally in anthropology. So like I think he knows. If I could probably ask him about Emmett Till or Emmett Course or
nope Emmett.
I'm sorry.
Emmett Till. Go ahead and
Emmett
Google
Till.
it. Google it now. Really?
Okay.
I'll put it in the Till in the. Let me know if I spelt this wrong, Grammy.
I hope I didn't spell it wrong. I think it's 2 T's, but I could be wrong. So while you're Googling, I know you can still hear me, so I'm just gonna talk while you're Googling, okay? I want you to know that that young man didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything to deserve what was done to him. That woman lied, and that woman lived a free life. She was never charged. She never got in trouble. She watched her grandchildren grow up. She got to do a whole lot of things that that young man should have been able to do. And his life was stolen from him. And his mother was a very brave woman for doing what she did and allowing his casket to be open so that people could see what was done to her son, so that people could see what hate and white privilege and white fragility do.
And you want to know the really disgusting part about that story? Is her husband and her brother-in-law got paid after they were found not guilty of unaliving this young gentleman at 14 years old, and they were paid $4,000 between the two of them to tell the the gruesome story of how they unalived Emmett Till. It is absolutely disgusting.
Okay, maybe that's a lot to take in. I guess like I was taking this as a more like literal, but there's a lot more deeper like
Correct.
stuff behind it. So I don't know if I can really add value to what I'm trying to say. Or like I guess I'm like too ignorant for I guess I'm too ignorant I guess to the topic of like this, I guess. I guess there's like a lot more I need to know about the whole thing. Not just Emmett Till, but like everything.
There's a good book I want you to read. If you don't like reading and you just want to hear it being read to you, go to Audible. White Tears, Brown Scars is a very good book where you're going to start. It is a very good book. It helped me to understand a lot more. And White Fragility is also a good book that you're going to want to read because that'll tell you what privilege you have as a whitey person. Those are good books. I suggest you read them.
I guess like why I oh by the way I'm in Barnes and Noble, so like I can
Hello,
Yeah,
Kira.
fine.
Oh, I
Okay,
said I'm
Barnes
in
and
Barnes
Noble.
and Noble, so like that can be done probably today.
Yeah,
Um
yeah. So
I guess
YT.
like why am sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so YT Fragility is one book, and YT Tears. Oh God, it won't say YT, but this is just. It is a yeah. It is an absolutely atrocious thing.
You said white tears, brown scars, right?
Yeah, White Tears, Brown Scars. It'll break your soul, but it'll make you understand um more of help Kara understand more of what we've all been talking about collectively. So it'll give him a broader perspective.
I would follow everybody here, and I don't know if John is still here. Is John, if you're still here, drop a hey you or whatever in the chat. Is he gone already? I don't know if he's still here, but if he is, follow John, follow all of us. We go live. Oh, there's John right there. Be sure to follow John and set your notifications for when he goes live, okay? We have these lives and talk about this kind of stuff pretty regularly. And I'm not going to lie, it'd be more appropriate for you to, sit in John's live and get some education than it would for you to ask free labor of members of the Black community. So make sure that you follow John so that when we have these combos, you can be a part of them or listen in. And in between time, when you go into these lives, Just do your best to be respectful like you've been today.
Yeah, because yeah, when I was taking a major in psychology, I wanted to help people. So I realized like the help that I was able to. Well, first of all, the psychology pay isn't good, so that sucks.
But
So I'm like,
you can do more, not gonna lie. You can do more with a social work degree. You can teach psychology, you can teach sociology, you can teach social work, you can work in all kinds of different places. So just food for thought.
yeah, like, but like I was here to like help people that are like less fortunate, and I guess like how would I word this? Like I'm starting to see like a trending thing about like there's been a lot of oppressive things that white people have done. I guess I get. Yeah, I mean, like that's true, but like that's not necessarily what I wanted to say. Like I just want to help people, and especially people that are less fortunate than me. So it's like I want to know how I can, but like at the same time, I don't want to like be ignorant to the fact that that like white that white people like also matter too, and it's like that's where I'm having a disconnect, and it's like if
Okay.
I talk if I like if I like talk about black people's problems, I don't want to feel like white people are like being like like not existent, I guess. Like they don't matter type thing.
No, but I will tell you this. I'll tell you this. When you can, how can I word this?
Do you
Let me
want me to try and give it a shot?
go ahead because I'm trying to find my words at the moment.
Okay. Okay. So, what are you trying to say exactly about all lives? Are you talking about all lives matter?
Focusing on black people does not mean that white people do not matter. Just to be
Right.
clear, right? Focusing on what's going on with black people and trying to educate white people about that is not focusing on white people. In fact, it's the opposite. It is focusing on white people. Like John's lives, when you first walk into John's live, you're going to assume that the focus is on black people, but it's not. Not when you sit there and you listen. The focus is very much on white people. So becoming educated about these topics and being able to educate other white people is not focusing on white people. If you think about it, it's actually kind of focusing on white people because you got to get them up to speed.
Okay.
I
So,
guess
okay. How do I put this in friendly terms and layman terms that you're gonna understand it? So, I understand you being a new, like a young person, not having all the knowledge that you would need. Um. So my 23-year-old brain would tell me your 23-year-old brain that in order to understand where white people or white people have the most privilege, read the room when you go into a room. You have to go into these spaces and not listen to respond. You have to go into these spaces and just listen. Just sit there, and if you can speak up on something, say something. If you hear someone making a racist joke, you can shut it down before you even let it come out of their mouth. Or when you hear someone say, "Oh, I have X, Y, and Z," like someone said to me, "Oh, I have black children," I shut that down because I know where that's going to lead. Right? It's going to turn into a race. It's going to turn into a racist rant. It's what it is. It's the tokenizing. It's the racial remarks. It's the racial slurs. It's you know, it's that in itself. Um, if you hear, oh well, or if you see like YT women coming into spaces when there are black women and women of like the BIPOC community, and they're sitting there making it all about themselves, and they say that they feel triggered and they feel hurt, they feel uncomfortable. You need to be in the uncomfortable position to make a change because the uncomfortable topics that these guys are talking that these lovely people are allowing you to be a part of, they are allowing you in their space. Treat it as someone's home. You wouldn't go into someone's home and make yourself comfortable and kick your feet on the table, would you? These are the things you have to do. Yeah.
Like,
Someone just said in the no. Go ahead. See what you're gonna say.
see, because like I am knowledgeable about like the black oppression. Like I'm knowledgeable about that. Like I understand
Okay. Okay.
like like the systemic oppression that we see now, like
Mhm.
the medical
Mhm.
racism. I could see that. I could see the like the lakes being built over black cities. I see that. The past
Mhm.
slavery. I see that. The black people moving into a white neighborhood and it lowers the value. I see that. Out of the
That's
loans, I
actually not
see
true. It
that.
doesn't lower the value, but that's what they want you to believe, right? So that's why white supremacists, um, whatever. Grant, may you help me figure this out because I know the name. It's redlining, right?
Yeah, redlining.
Redlining. So it's redlining. It's not. It's the segregation in schools when they built private schools because they didn't want their children going to schools being integrated with other children. You know, it's the Brown versus education. It's the civil rights movement. It's the Black Lives Matter movement. It's I'm part of the Indigenous community from Canada, so I can talk on this. It's the Every Child Matter movement. It's the systemic stuff that's happening to my community. It's a whole bunch of things. But because I'm white presenting, I have a little more privilege than most indigenous people do. But it's very little. It's still there, but it's very little, and I still use that very little privilege I have or I'm afforded to. So therefore, I use it to help other people that aren't so fortunate like I am.
And exactly, there's this level of difference of oppression that I see. Like there's so much more happening to the black community than it is to white people, and it's like I see that, and it's like how would I like word the wording to the point where white people can say like see it without being offended? Because let's be real, I went in these not like this live in particular, but in lives in general, and just watching them, and I noticed that white people feel offended. I'm not trying to I wouldn't try to offend them. I would
Offended,
try to
and you have to get used to
educate.
them being offended. Like that's the hard part about this. I'm not going to lie. Like when you make the decision to become anti-racist, which I think we never got back to that earlier when we were talking about do you want to appear to not be racist or do you want to actually not be racist? The reality is that anti-racism, right, is a lifelong journey. We are never going to not be racist. The best that we can do is to be as less harmful as possible, right? That's the best that we can do. I tell everybody here, they've all heard me say it a million times, don't put me on a pedestal. I'm going to screw up. It's going to happen. I don't know when. I don't knock on wood. It ain't happened that bad yet, but it will happen. I'm going to screw up. And when I do, I expect that my friends will hold me accountable and that I will learn and grow from it. Right. And that's the best that we can hope for. As non-black people, the best that we can hope for is to be anti-racist. And when you choose to become anti-racist, and stand up against the things that, family members and friends and teachers and acquaintances are saying, you can find yourself very lonely on occasion, right? So make sure that you've got a good network of people around you. Follow John, follow everybody here, and do what you can in your family, in your community to make those changes. To
Oh,
educate.
I think like I want to dismantle the system in a way where we all can agree that like we are one. But that's why I guess I was so I guess
That's called
hyper
a
fixated on I don't see color. Like I want us all to like dismantle this
Your
system that
parents.
is oppressing you or
And
not
I
you,
that's a
oppressing
Marcella
them.
dream.
And I know that's because your parents fed that to you. And I know that they did because I fed it to my kid too. Everybody's the same. We're all equal. Treat everybody the same. Always stand up for people. Don't let anybody pick on people for their race or their disabilities or any of those things. But I forgot and failed to explain to her how society works and how all of that actually plays out in society, right? And so your parents put that in you because it's easier for them. Because it was easier for them. It made it much easier for them to have the conversations and to just say, treat everybody the same, than it did to say, hey, Kira, guess what? Society sucks. The world's not fair. And they treat everybody however the F they feel like it.
Yeah.
I was raised by a single mom. So like my mom did say, no one's gonna care, and I'm like, but I care. Like I care about like what this system and what these people and how they're like. I guess you could say inherit. Is that what you guys said?
Okay,
Inherited?
so you have
Or
what's called an inherent privilege because you're YT. You were born with a privilege that you did not earn. That is what you have.
but like, how would I say that to like not like hurt like anyone that feels opposingly? Because like I just want everyone to
It's not your responsibility to coddle around their feelings. It is your responsibility to be a decent human being. That's all you need to know. That's it. Let them deal with it.
All of
Let
us.
them deal with it because they have to sit with the uncomfortability until they want to make that uncomfortability a better situation for everyone around them, not just themselves. It has to benefit everybody before we. Okay, so I don't talk again. I'm not going to talk on Black issues because that's not my community. But I will say this. No, she is being genuine, Sash. Maya Angelou said it best. We are not free until we are all free. Okay, that rings true. It also says we are not equal until we are all equal. So without equality, we can without equity, we cannot have equality.
But like,
Okay, so again, without equity, and we're not talking housing equity, we're talking about equity as in like human beings having equity. So we can't sit here and say, oh, we're all equal, we all get paid the same wage, when we know that's not true, right? So again, if you are going to have these conversations with um you're going to have these conversations with people that look exactly like you, who have the exact inherent privilege, and they get mad at you for you saying that you're making them feel uncomfortable, you're doing something right. You're making them think. That's what the uncomfortable feeling you need to have for them to have as well, to make things better for not just you, for everyone around you. Because I'm so tired of people telling people they're not worth shit. Sorry for my language, so melanated. But this is a thing we need to talk about. It is a thing we need to not repeat in the coming up in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. We need to stop repeating what we've repeated the whole time. So, with that being said, I leave it alone.
And he's gone. Oh, you're still listening?
Surprise! Not surprise! Not surprise!
So, Kira, I really hope you follow everybody. I hope that I do. I hope you learn something, and I hope that you'll follow everybody, and that we'll see you in John's lives. Yeah.
So what's up, John? You finally woke up again?
Yeah, no, I know what my problem was. She gave me a melatonin. That's why I feel like I was feeling like shit before, but she gave me a melatonin, and I'm like,
You say she gave her melatonin.
Nobody ain't give you no melatonin. She gave you food and your ass had to go to sleep.
She knocked
dude,
you
she gave
out?
me a melatonin too.
That's funny.
Yeah, she's like, go lay down, you're good, and I took a melatonin, and I'm still hurting. Or should I say it opposite? I took a melanin, and so I could get some sleep.
You need some motherfucking melanin.
Oh my god, I've seen that.
Because he now if they don't say melatonin, they say melanin. And I'm like, what?
It's called melanin. Melanin.
Like,
Melanin.
because I don't have
Something.
melatonin. That's what they say. Yeah.
No, there was a video out on Facebook today about that. This girl
Yeah.
was taking like 8 to 10 melatonin a day because she wants to go tan so she can grab the melanin. And I'm like, sweet baby Jesus, what is going on with people? Amber, that's absolutely incorrect. There is black and white is the superior, is looked at to be the superior race, not anything under. Yeah, you're wrong.
Not to mention, human
It's
is a
dismissive.
species. Human is a species. It's not a race.
It's not.
It's
Yeah, the human.
dismissive.
Yeah, it's very dismissive, and she needs to. They need to educate themselves. Unfortunately,
So if you're
because I'm
still
not
there,
doing it.
Kira, there you go. There's an example right there of the kind of stuff that we're talking about that people come in and say.
But yeah, I got no words for that person. Sorry. Nope.
Isn't it a mark on the bingo card? We're all one race, the human race.
Yep. I do believe so. I can't see it.
Yeah, that's what the Nordic guy came up and said. That was the first thing out of his mouth, along with Charles Darwin and his finches.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at all these bingo cards, and it hurts my head that people actually say this.
John, there's
Because
one that's directed at you. Calling out racism is racist.
that's
What?
funny.
741862. What's wrong with all one race? Well, because we're not all one race. That's the issue. I mean, we're not all one race. And if we were to pretend like we were all one race, we would have to do a whole lot of ignoring a whole bunch of stuff. And that just doesn't make any sense, now does it?
And not to mention, I'm not sure how it was in America, but I know in Canada they did a lot of tweaking to the history, and it was Amber. That's the problem right there. You're not seeing what they're going through. You're judging them by their actions, which you should judge a person by their character, not their skin color. But what I'm saying is, you are so beyond missing that point.
And then also, when you're judging by their actions, your judgment is also influenced by your implicit bias.
Yep, which is based on their skin color. So you can say you don't judge them by their skin color all you want. But the reality is that those of us who are educated, we know better because we all have implicit biases.
We're not looking.
Single one
We're
of us,
not.
like it or not,
Hey,
we all got them.
So user, you're telling me you look for racism. It's there. I don't have to look for it. If I have to acknowledge it. You can't fix something you don't even acknowledge.
Right. We weren't looking for it, but someone just popped it in the chat a few minutes ago when they said something about, all one race. And I had to correct them and say, no, it's, human is a species.
Yeah, and when the government when the government of Canada considered my indigenous culture a half breed, that's a racist term. I am not a half breed. I am a human being. Or sorry, I'm part of the human species. Yeah. The simple fact that the Canadian government did not look at Indigenous women as people under the law until 1985, that's a problem. Sorry about that, guys.
Hey, I'm just gonna call you inmate numbers, right?
Yeah, right?
So, inmate numbers, you don't need to look for something that is a lived experience and that is in your face.
It's crazy. You
Yeah.
want to blame other people for racism that happens.
He literally told So Melanated in a comment that um something about how they could turn to their own race for something, and I was like, that's not even like, what the fuck are you
Yeah,
talking about?
I have the privilege to condemn my own race.
Yeah,
What does that even
yeah.
mean?
Well, it means like, because I don't know. The comment was, you have privilege to condemn your own race.
I'm not seeing all their comments because I already have inmate numbers blocked already. So
Yeah.
that's not a
No,
surprise.
his comment was, I have enough to worry about, let alone another race. And then So Melanated wrote, so that's your privilege. And that's when he made the comment, half-ass backwards comment to So Melanated. So, yeah. Your
Yeah, he
racism
was
is
trying
showing,
to
buddy.
focus on other communities as they do to take the attention away from themselves.
Yeah, it's a deflection tactic that YT people do to get out of uncomfortable situations. You're muted, Grammy.
I know. I see you, Robe Buddy.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that half these
Chaos.
comments are.
Chaos.
Have matching robes and we communicate with each other via our matching robes. And nobody's going to tell me that we don't.
Right. Totally.
If she feels like she needs a hug from Grammy, all she has to do is go put on her Grammy robe and she will have an instant hug from Grammy.
I don't know where it is, to be honest. I'm trying to move, so I'm in the middle of moving. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, and whenever there's a but after it, I'm not racist, but
But, yeah, exactly. I don't
I mean
like you,
racism is
but.
bad, but yeah, there's a
Or this
lot
is
of
like,
there's
this is
police
my favorite.
brutality, but
Funny, black conservatives don't see racism. Yeah. And you know what? That's a problem in itself.
Actually, as a former
Thank
black
you, Kay.
conservative, yeah, they do see racism. They just
I was going to ask
keep
about
it
that.
under the rug. Yeah.
I was going to ask if you feel like they really, because I know that we hear a lot of times where they say, I don't see it, right? I've heard certain people say it myself. But I always wonder, like, do they really not see it? Or is this just like one of those lies that people tell themselves? You know what I'm saying?
It's willful ignorance. They see it.
Thank you. Who did that? You don't have to do
Thanks,
that.
Kay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
That was super cute.
thank you, Kay.
Some of them things are pretty intricate. Like I seen one yesterday whose live was, I forget
Oh
whose
my
live I was
gosh.
looking
Thank
through,
you.
but it must have been a super big expensive one because it like came up and like filled like almost the whole screen. Like literally there was only a very little at the top that wasn't covered and it like stayed up there for like longer than normal. So I don't know, it had like a car and a dog. I don't know. It must have been, it was really cool. It was a really cool one.
I got a question. I got a question from inmate numbers. Do you think denying racism is realism?
Yeah, apparently.
Would say that if you just got done being told by someone that The reality is that they don't not see it, that they actually do see it, and that they're lying to themselves so that they can lie to you. You just heard someone say that. So what would even make you think that they're accepting of reality at all? Because they're literally lying to themselves.
I got a question for the host. Is that just denial to cope with living in a white supremacist country?
Yes, and it's also trying to assimilate to whiteness.
Okay, I was just curious.
I was just gonna ask something, but like it totally escaped my mind because inmate numbers are being really facetious and disingenuous. So, you know, I just
And when we look at, I find it very interesting that he used the word realism, because when we look at the pseudo-scientific belief of the white supremacists, or the white tea supremacist, we know that that pseudo-scientific belief is called race realism. And so the white supremacist society believes that the Black community needs to just accept this because it comes from God. Race is biological. You have to accept your place in that structure. And so when they say that that they believe in that that realism, that's exactly what they're saying, that they're accepting that place in that pseudoscientific belief that we all know as scientific racism and medical racism.
not to mention, your comments are absolutely atrocious, my dear. Like, oh, I don't know.
I think he's just trying to give us a full house.
He's trying to show all his cards, don't you know? Oh yeah. I was gonna talk to you guys about this because I'm up in Great White North. If anybody doesn't know, yeah. So I made a video about racism in Canada, as you guys know, and this woman made a stitch. No, she made a stitch to a friend of mine's video saying that there's no racism in Canada, not whatsoever. So we can't use the race card. 5 days later, showed up this little thing plastered all over a metropolitan area of Vancouver, which is in, I can't remember what city that was in, but it said white only moms and YT only moms and tots. They
Wow.
were planning to have a white tea only kids and parents daycare because they thought that it wasn't even about their education, to be honest. It was more or less like they're tired of like being in daycare systems or daycares with other children that don't fit their narrative, right? So that's what it is. And everybody's like, that doesn't happen in Canada. Yeah, it does actually. You just don't see it because you don't want to see it. Kind of like turning a blind eye, right? What you don't see is what you don't acknowledge. And what you don't acknowledge won't change. So, it does happen.
Does anybody else hear that? It sounds like somebody's talking in slow motion in the background. It's like, wah, wah.
Oh, that's a motorcycle. I'm outside, and there's motorbikes going around all over. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have just muted after that. But yeah,
Oh,
there's like
I thought somebody like talking in slow mo. It sounded like.
I thought the live was
no,
haunted.
it's just Canada. You know, Alberta boys trying to show how big they are with their little cars and stuff like that. So
Hello, Playbox.
Oh.
Are you a friendly Playbox? Do we know you play Playbox? Do we know
Very
you?
friendly, but I always seem to get kicked out. I don't understand why.
Wow. My
know
guess
why.
is if you seem to get kicked out a lot, it's probably something that you're saying or doing. That'd be my guess.
That can be it, but it just seemed like TikTok Live has changed and ain't about. It's all about like cult issues where if you don't agree with me, you got to go.
Do you believe everybody
Mhm.
can be racist?
Yes,
Okay, y'all can have it now.
and I don't understand how any of these phrases in this bingo picture is racist at all.
Okay, so when we're talking about like from my indigenous community, we're talking about Every Child Matters,
Uh
and
huh.
that's a movement towards the indigenous community
Okay.
to, and everybody uses it for a different reason and perpetrates it for different uses. That's a movement that is not for anyone to use. So go make your own. Go make you. You have to use your own movement. You can't just take what you want and run with it because it doesn't work that way.
All right, John, go ahead.
I have a
How
clarifying
can
question when John's done.
how can black people be racist in a white supremacist country?
You asking me that, or you asking in general?
Anybody, but I mean, you could answer it too. Like, I mean, we're still in Jim Crow.
I don't think that they can.
We still in Jim Crow?
I mean, are we out of Jim Crow? We still have, redlining and gentrification and an
Well,
unjust justice system and police brutality that disproportionately affects Black Americans. So, what's different from the 1960s?
well, that's what they try to tell you because if you think about it, we in reverse Jim Crow. If you want to be technical, because it seemed like
How
black
so?
people. Yeah, because it seemed like black people are the most racist race now. Like, and then with the police situation, not very many black people get unalived by police. It's normally more YT people that get unalived by officers.
Black people get unalived at 3 times the rate that white people do.
No, it's not.
Sure,
That
it
is not
is.
true.
Just by the numbers.
And I'm telling you, a lot of officers do not just unalive black people for no reason. Some things do happen that causes it. Not saying that is right or is wrong, but it happens with white people as well.
It does, but it still happens at 3 times the rate, though, for Black Americans.
How many black Americans has been unalived by the police this year so far?
Um,
I'm not sure, but I know from
Remember, there's
like
300 million people in America.
right. So disproportionately, it happens to when you look at how many people we have. If
Uh-huh.
if like 400 white people get unalived by police and
hmm
200 black people, but there's there's 4 times the amount of white people,
And
then
We're going to look at
it's
percentages.
disproportionately happening to Black Americans.
yeah, but that number is too close. That's not the actual percentage. But if you think about it, I'm more afraid to walk past a group of black young men than police officers. I have a better chance surviving with police officers than my own people.
But well,
wow.
okay,
That's a fact, though. Don't get triggered. Don't take it personal. But it's a fact.
well, if I look at crime stats, I
hmm
mean, white people commit millions more crimes every year in this country.
But not as
So
the per capita as black people. Even though they only 14% of the population.
People top all but 3 categories of the FBI crime stats. Of those 40 some categories that they
Uh huh.
collect statistics on,
Uh huh.
they are topped, all of those are topped by white people, but 3. And
The violent.
one of those three is such a close percentage that
hmm
I could just about guarantee that if someone was to run a statistical analysis on it, it
Okay.
would not even be a statistically significant difference. So really it's only 2, but I'll even give the other third one.
So
So
what
that
is
means
what's
black
the third
people
one?
top 3 and white people top the other 37.
Okay. Considering that there's more white people, of course it's going to be more
No, it
crimes
doesn't
with
have
the
anything to do with
7%.
numbers. No, it didn't have anything to do with numbers. I'm talking about of the 2 categories,
hmm
right? White people, black people. When you look at those crime stats, white people are at the top of every single statistic that they keep track of except for 3.
Okay, what is the 3?
I don't know. I didn't look. I mean, somebody else might know those 3, but I just know that there's 3 of them that they don't top, and that means there's 37 that they do top.
Okay, here go a question.
37.
Okay, here go a question. Real quick.
Here's
I'm
the
sorry.
problem.
All right, go ahead.
Here's the problem. When you're going to have, white supremacy wants us to vilify and dehumanize black people. So we take 3 categories out of 40 and go, see, black people are violent. No, not when we're committing millions more crimes every year as white people.
Yeah, but John, you got to look at it like this. Like, you have to go to certain, even in black cities like St. Louis, Chicago, Philadelphia, one Memorial Weekend, over 400 black people has been hit. What white neighborhood have you had that high of a number of white people getting violently assaulted like that?
Oh, the ones that have
That's in one state, in one city
school
alone.
pew-pews, those cities,
That's not all the
those cities
time.
that have
That's
had school
rarely.
pew-pewers with all the little white boys who keep going into the schools and doing that. Like,
Understand it,
that's when
but
those things happen there, like that.
okay, but
And
that
we had,
rarely.
what, a school shooting like damn near every day last year?
Okay, that rarely happens compared to black on black crimes in the black cities. That
Well,
does
so
every
when-
single day.
Wait, I just.
All right, can
Pardon me.
everyone just hold
Hey,
on? Hold
pardon
on
me.
1 second.
Proximity.
1 second. I
Pardon me.
actually want Libra to respond, and then we can go back and have the dialogue.
What did? Good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Libra.
Hey, did I hear someone talking about black on black crime like it's something real? Did you say that?
You said like it's something real.
Yeah. Did you
So black
think
on black
black on
crime
black
is,
crime is a real thing?
I don't know. You explain it to me because I'm trying to see what you're getting at with this.
Sir, the words came out of your mouth as if you were
Okay,
speaking
yes,
with
I
some
believe
kind of.
black on black crime is very real. Yes.
Okay, so then you've been lovely. Oh, this is so fun. So you believe in the indoctrination and programming that you've been put on because black on black crime doesn't exist. It's proximity crime.
Okay, it could be proximity crime.
No,
But
it's not. Could be. It
okay,
is.
okay, fine. Let's say the proximity. If you're in a white neighborhood, it's gonna be white on white crime. If you're in a black neighborhood, it's gonna be black on black crime. Explain to me what proximity of the Asian community, the white community, where the crime rate is as high as the black proximity.
Wow.
I'm
This
actually.
is this is your attempt, huh? Because
It's
you
not
want
an
to make
attempt.
us.
We have
You're
a
you're
dialogue.
you're wanting to make us. No. See, no. This is what. See, he's trolling. This is
I'm
trolling.
trolling. I'm actually trying to
Yes.
fix the problem. Y'all hiding.
You're
Y'all
not
sweeping it under
fixing,
the rug.
kid, you're not fixing anything with this mindset. See, you already proved that you're part of the problem by
No.
saying out of your mouth that black on black crime is a real thing. So
Libra.
you've already proven you're
Libra.
trolling.
Libra. If the sink is leaking, how do you fix the problem? By admitting that there is a problem, right? That's the first step. By
Black on
ignoring,
black crime is a problem.
it is a problem within the black between. Yes, it is it's very much a problem.
So this is a
I'm worrying about
discussion.
police. We should worry about
My God,
everything.
respectfully, if you're going to cut me off like this,
I haven't finished speaking,
the
bro. Like,
politeness will go out the window because
I
I
haven't,
was speaking,
bro.
you
I
cut
haven't,
me off,
Libra.
I
I haven't
stopped,
finished speaking,
and
bro.
you're
And you
still
keep cutting
doing
me
it
off.
right now as if you think something is going to happen different here. I'm pretty sure you don't understand the concept of conversation.
I
You're
haven't
trolling.
finished speaking,
So
bro.
look at you. You're still doing it now.
Because
Here,
you
you know
cut
what?
me off,
I'll
man.
stop, kid. I'll stop. I'll let you talk. You talk the whole time, kid.
The
I'll
whole
just sit here
time.
like a good little man. Go ahead. You talk.
Okay, black on black crime is very real.
That's a
I'm
lie.
worrying about.
Continue, boy.
Okay, you just cut me off again. There we go. But it's me. It's me. So I just did
Yeah,
that.
I
to make
cut
a
you
point.
off because you're
No,
being a
no.
kid. See how that works?
See, now you
See how
calling
that
me
works?
names. This is amazing, right?
Okay. One at a
So,
time, so everybody can hear you guys. Go ahead.
Now I'm gonna let Libra
okay.
talk because he's already past the
First
point
of all,
of calling names.
first of
And,
all, black Playbox, you don't let a grown man do nothing. Okay? So he could talk whenever he wants to.
What are y'all
You
talking?
don't
Y'all
tell-
mad at
you-
me? I
Wait, wait.
guess.
You don't tell a grown man you're gonna let him talk. You don't
on a-
tell. He's a
I'm a grown man. And I'm a grown man as well.
Wait, hold up. Get it right. You don't tell a grown man, because that's like you telling me, oh, I'm going to let you talk. You don't tell a grown man, you going to let him talk.
Look at my age. I'm not a kid as well.
I don't give
You
a
are.
damn. You act like it. You can't even stay muted. I had to mute you.
Because y'all acting like
A
kids.
grown man do not do like this. He behave like this. For real, for real. I was raised around all men. I'm a trans man, and I know when to mute and don't.
Okay, so you in your feelings.
No, I'm not in my feelings. You are in your feelings, dude, because you're telling a grown man you're gonna let him talk.
Both different.
What I'm in my feelings for? You can't even stay. You can't even stay muted, dog. And you call yourself a man?
Don't have to call anybody a man. Stop.
See, he's trolling because trolls have no impulse control. He's not here for intelligent conversations.
Exactly.
He's not here to represent our community in any positive light. He is here to gain coins from envelopians who see him down our community. I just came from a live where there's another one just like him doing that. And I came here by request because I was like, wow, this is interesting. And here he is up here just spouting out all the lovely white supremacy, talking points as if it's us. We're the problem with America. My gosh, you know what? Maybe we should just stay indoors and not come outside until they let us. Maybe that's it, because we've been messing up this country so bad. We've been in control of so many things and, we just messed up everything. Wait. Oh, yeah. We haven't been in control of anything. We every time we try to take control of our own situation and do our own thing, envelopians come along and undo that all the time, often, and yet someone is concerned about black on black crime. So I'm going to give Playbox an opportunity to rethink this whole trolling thing because it's not a good look. It really isn't. So if you really actually want educated conversation, then I'm going to mute and I'll let you speak about an actual thing that's truthful. If you come out with the white supremacy lies, well, you'll see.
Remy, you're unmuted.
All right, this is the point I'm making, right? We having a conversation, a dialogue. Twice already I've been called names. I don't understand where that came from because I haven't called anyone names. I've been yelled at. Y'all been muting me. Y'all get so triggered and upset when I say certain things, and then y'all try to use the gaslight and y'all attack. And then when I bring the energy back, all of a sudden I'm childish and all this extra nonsense. All right, fine, cool. To fix a problem, see, look, now he's the whine. Yeah, you've been doing the violin all the time. But the point of this is that if we don't see the problem that we're having within ourselves, I'm not worrying about white people. I'm not worrying about the Asian community. I'm worrying about black people. I'm worrying about us. This is why we always at the bottom of the totem pole, because every race, every nation has been through slavery, but we
Time out. Time out.
Oh man.
As
It's me,
part
it's
of me, shut up. Now I'm going to be rude.
See? There we
Shut
go.
up. I'm going to be rude because you
power
actually,
trip.
you have triggered me. Yes. Because it's an indigenous part of
triggered you
me.
since the beginning, bro.
Shut the hell up, kid.
Oh wow. Freedom. Trans
Shut
man.
the hell
Can you
up,
help me,
kid.
please?
Shut the hell up, kid. I'm trying to
Can
make
you
a
help me,
point.
please?
If you're going to stop
I need you to put that
off,
cake back on.
Hold up.
Okay.
First of all,
I'm not allowing
why would you
this.
call me, well, hold up. Why would you call me trans man?
Because that's what you said you are.
I am a trans man, but why
Okay,
would
then,
you
so
say
what
that?
is the problem?
Why would you say that though?
Because I repeated what you said.
No, but why would you bring
See,
that
now
up?
it's no, but why?
Okay. Okay, play. Here's the thing. You don't know what you speak on so badly that you just
I do. You never
made
let
a
me finish.
license. Shut the hell up, kid.
Oh, here you go. They go to tough
Shut
now.
up. It ain't about tough, kid. I'm not worried about you. I'm not
You
gonna
are.
lay hands on you. So I don't understand why you going with
Oh
all this
my
tough thing.
God, man.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a point here. You're gonna let me make the point, right? You're gonna let me make the point. Is that it?
I'm gonna
So
let you do
you
whatever
don't
you want.
speak
You
on
take control
indigenous
over
things
there.
that you don't know about because that comment you made about the totem pole, that's another little colonizer comment
We
that you don't know
are at the
nothing
bottom,
about.
bro.
Because the
You can't
bottom
ignore
of the
these things,
totem
bro.
pole is an honored
We
position,
are
you
at the
idiot.
bottom.
You
We at the
idiot, it's an
bottom.
honored position. It is a position of honor, not disrespect. Shut up on what you don't know about.
Being at the bottom is honor. Gotcha.
Shut up, it is honored, not disrespect. Shut up what you don't know.
I got no choice. Sunset. They gonna mute me if I say something.
Go ahead and respond back to him. But the problem is, I'm still trying to get grasp as a child that
Okay.
you had to say freedom, trans man. You could have said him, freedom. Well, you could have just said freedom. You didn't have to say trans man. I don't understand it.
You're the
But
one that made the
the
announcement.
reason why I said, because I'm letting you know that
You never, nobody asked you, and you just gave that information.
because I can.
Okay, and I just repeated what you said.
Sir, what is wrong with you?
What did I do wrong?
How old are you?
I'm 43 years old.
And you're acting like a child.
I'm acting like a grown man that's sitting there
No,
trying to
you're
debate
not
with,
acting like a
triggered
child, grown
grown
man.
people
But
that wants to be
it's
labeled as
okay.
grown.
I'm not gonna argue about this. You and your fifis, go ahead and say what you need to say.
Okay, let me finish. Okay, this is why we at the bottom. I take away the totem pole analogy. This is why we at the bottom. Because every nation, every race has been going through slavery for hundreds of years. They going through slavery now from India to Africa. But we're the only ones that hold on to this history like it's a crutch. We need to let it go, move forward like everyone else, and maybe we'll get somewhere in life.
I'm gonna ask you a question, sir. Did we have towns and cities?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you a question. Is yes or no?
Oh, I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
So, what happened to those towns and cities?
Well, we have land.
No. What happened to them?
Why don't you? Oh, okay. You want me to lead to your point? Okay. What you want me to say? I'll answer it the way
What
you
happened
want.
to the? No, I'm just asking you a question. I would love to get the answer. What happened to those towns and cities?
What about him? What happened to him?
So you are ignorant.
I'm not
You
ignorant.
are
I'm trying to get to her point.
Answer the question then.
Don't call.
I'm
Please don't call me her.
asking what happened to those
Please
cities.
don't
I'm
call me
asking.
her. Listen, my pronouns is he, him. Don't call me her.
What? I did not say her.
You did call me her.
Bruh.
Dude, I can hear what you said.
How did I hit? Did anybody see me say her? Come on now. Y'all gonna stop.
Yeah, we heard you.
Oh my God. All right. Go ahead. What happened to the towns and cities?
Yes.
You don't know.
I'm asking you.
You don't know.
You're just not going to answer. You don't know.
Wait, hold up. Are you serious?
So you don't know.
Are you serious that you don't know what happened to the
So
town?
you don't know what happened. What town and what city? Put me on.
I wouldn't ask you a question if I didn't know.
Then why you ask the question then?
Because
you don't know.
And I'm
The reason
asking you
why-
what happened to the.
reason-
I know where y'all
the
getting
reason-
at with this.
the
That's the point I'm
reason-
making.
Sir,
I know where y'all getting with this. So tell me,
sir,
what happened to the
you're
towns and
doing
cities?
is you're responding without listening.
Okay, they don't want to make their point.
The
Freedom.
pro-
You
the
ever
problem-
freedom?
the
Do you
problem-
ever see kids
What
when they like
happened
in
to the
trouble? You
town
ever see
and
kids when they're in
city, bro?
trouble and they start trying to act out to distract from the trouble that they're in?
Exactly.
They do
Exactly.
things to act out.
To the
See,
town.
if you ask them a basic question about, hey, why is the glass broke on the floor?
And I'm-
And they want to talk about the dog that was outside
Why is the
barking
glass broke?
so loud, and they can't like tell you that they dropped the glass. See,
Right.
the kid here thinks that we're going to just sit here and let him, make us do all the work again when he
Right.
doesn't know the answer.
Right.
Clearly, he's acting like I do know, but you tell me anyway, and it's like it's going to work.
I do know the
So
answer.
it's weird that he can't just answer like a grown adult would, so
Right.
the conversation can move forward. Instead, he wants to keep doing what he's doing now, have impulse control problems, make commentary about us, as individuals. And he doesn't want to move it. Like I said, he's a troll. This is what trolls do.
And you're exactly right, Libra. But the problem is, I'm just because he's not going to answer the question. The problem is, I have a problem with the misinformation that you're saying that our people, Playbox, are not trying to do nothing. They did something. They did it over and over about 4 or 5 times in those cities that they built and rebuilt over and over without any government help. It was taken away from them. It was put under water. It was destroyed. All these cities that you sitting up here trying to say that black people didn't do. We're just complaining about racism. But I want to know this. Do you have
None of this.
Did you have a problem
I said none of that.
with the Jewish, Japanese, and the Native Americans receiving reparations?
Wait. When did I say any of those things you said?
I'm asking a
No,
question.
don't run from this question. When did I say any of that?
I never said you said that.
You just said I said all these things.
Oh my goodness, I never said
That's
that.
crazy.
I never said that.
I swear,
Now,
if I don't
is
see
word
this is
salad.
crazy.
This is word salad. This is word salad gaslight. I never said that. I replied to what you kept on saying that black people didn't do this, didn't do that, didn't do this. But black
What did I
people
say
did.
black people didn't do?
You said you're insinuating that black people.
I was insinuating. No, not this insinuating. What
Why
did I
don't you
say?
just shut up and let it?
No, because you're
freedom
not gonna
talk.
you're not gonna
Why
paint
don't
this
you just
narrative.
shut up and let freedom talk? You
You're not
asked,
gonna
and
paint
freedom's
this
trying to
narrative,
answer.
bro. When
No,
did I
your
say
narrative
anything?
doesn't matter. See, you're playing troll games.
No, y'all
See,
said
you
that.
you don't want to
First
answer
of all,
questions.
hold on. First of all, Freedom said that I was saying something. Then when I questioned him, he said I'm insinuating now. So which one is it? Did I say it or you're?
Did you not say that we need to stop talking about racism and just pick our boots, basically pick the bootstrap and strap it up and
I said.
Okay.
Stop complaining. Stop using
Stop
slavery.
complaining.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me
hold
finish.
on.
Oh
Now,
my
let me get it
God, bro.
straight. You said stop complaining.
Let
stop
me
using,
finish.
Stop using slavery. I'm just getting to the point.
No, you keep cutting me off. Everything that hold on.
Wait,
Freedom.
wait.
Everything
He's
that
upset
y'all
at being
saying.
cut
Hold on.
off,
Everything that y'all saying that I'm
Freedom.
doing.
He's upset at being cut off.
I'm not
Listen, it's
upset. I'm
amazing.
trying to get my words in real quick before I
You
get cut
was
off.
cutting off Libra. So at this point,
Oh my God. This
I'm
can't be
taking
real.
one. Listen, Playbox. I'm taking one at a time. One at a
How?
time.
You
said-
literally let Libra speak for like
You
9
just cut me
minutes,
off,
and you
Playbox.
haven't. Of course, y'all been cutting me off.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you or I'll drop you. I don't care.
Wait,
At this
9
point, you're
minutes?
getting on my nerves. So
Wait, nine
you said
minutes?
that we as black people need to stop complaining, and we need to stop complaining about slavery, right? Unmute me. That's one point, right? That's one point, right?
So
Playbox?
we just gonna do hit pieces.
We're going to do it one at a time. What you said?
Okay,
right?
we're gonna do it one at a time. We're gonna do it slowly. Let's go.
You said that we need to stop complaining about slavery, right?
Yes,
Okay, and what is the next one?
I said this is the reason why we are at the bottom because we're using slavery as a.
Stop right
No,
there.
I didn't finish.
No,
I didn't finish.
No. Stop
Nah,
right there.
come on, bro.
No, come on. Do you not, have you ever had go to school of critical thinking? So you said at this point, we need to stop complaining about slavery. We need to what? What is the next one? Cause you make me lose my fucking thought. Go
Because
ahead.
you don't let me finish and you don't even know what I'm saying. That's why. I know she's angry, right? But my thing is this, right? Stop cutting me off. Let me finish what I gotta say.
Don't
And
tell me
you
what I
understand.
should do.
Oh,
Tell
is
your
this an
friend
ego
to
thing?
shut the fuck up.
Is this an ego thing? I think that's what it is. Y'all upset.
Next thing. the next
Everybody's
thing
laughing
you
at y'all
talk
right
about.
now.
So
Freedom.
so we're
Freedom.
gonna put you on mute. So this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna say, and then Libra, and then Daniel. So this is the point right here. You're telling black people they need to stop complaining about slavery. Yet this is why I brought up the towns and cities, is because we built this over 3 times, and they was BOMB, they was put underwater, they was taken, and these towns what they took from our ancestors
Why
are
was it
still
BOMB?
sir,
I'm asking a question. We going
was
one step at a
sir, they are prospering today. Out these towns what our ancestors segregated from the white tea people. And guess what? They did all that. So I'm gonna let Libra go ahead, and then Daniel.
I hope you cut them off too.
I'm gonna cut you off because you talk too much. You want to say fuck up.
Okay. So, see, what we have here is, again, a situation where someone's trolling and they want to continue their game. So, I'm going to try to get back to what I was originally discussing here. There's no such thing as black on black crime. It's called proximity crime. And the numbers on proximity crime vary per capita. So the influence of, shall we say, the people, yeah, I'm just stick with that. The influence of those people on our situation is why there's a lot of pew pew violence in our areas. So we're trying to do better, despite the fact that we've been redlined in the communities, and not given a way out. We still try to succeed in spite of that. But for some reason, trolls and tap dancers like to come in and make these statements as if we're just sitting here, smoking dope and pew pewing each other, and that's our life. I mean, we're not contributing or anything to the fixing our issues. If you leave it up to trolls to explain it, you know, we're really it's really us. We're the problem. There's no system against us. It's just us. We're the violent people. Look at the comments. I mean, there's so many comments right now that is like making all
It
of
sounds like
this
a
right now.
contradiction.
Oh, look. He couldn't go. What was that? 1 minute and 45 seconds? 1 minute to 2 minutes. We'll say 2 minutes I spoke. And he couldn't come on. He couldn't stay off mic. I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 people who've managed to keep themselves muted. You can't control yourself. Is there a problem, Playbox? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Is there a
you
problem?
contradicted yourself.
I contradicted myself. Go ahead and explain how.
You said there's no such thing as black on black crime, but then you said it's black on black crime. When you said a black individual unaliving another black individual, isn't that a black person unaliving a black person?
You gonna mute up
That's the
now?
question. I'd ask
You
the
gonna
question.
mute up now?
I'm not gonna cut you off. Go
You're
ahead.
gonna mute up now because I don't have this kind of thing with
Oh
you.
my
You're
God.
gonna mute up while I
Listen,
answer. Mute up. Once again, black on black crime has us as black people having crime against other people who look like us because we are in proximity to each other. How many newscasts, how many, we'll say CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, Fox even, how many of them have had long ongoing, shows about the white on white crime problem in America? Where do you see that? Because, I mean, I haven't, and I have other people who are chopping at the bits to show it. It doesn't exist. When it comes to situations with us, it's black on black crime because, it's us. You're killing each other. And that's not, you know what? There's a problem going on. Yes, there's a problem going on. We're not denying that there's a problem going on. You labeling it as that, but you don't provide that equal labeling for everything else shows exactly what you're doing, villainizing us in the media. So we're the problem. It's
All
us.
right. Can I ask a
And
question?
then there's wow.
I just got a question, bro.
Continue on.
All
I'm
right.
muting and interrupting. Go ahead.
Okay. So you want to call, because it's white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, black on black crime. You want to call it proximity crime, right? Now tell me,
Mixing
in
races
one,
and
hold on,
ethnicities
one,
also.
okay, one weekend on Memorial Day in Chicago, over 400 people has been pum. Tell me, in what Asian community has that been that high of a number of violence against one each other? And this is only in Chicago, not Philadelphia, not St. Louis. So tell me, please.
Lakewood, Washington.
Okay, and that's it?
Oh, you want more?
Yeah, keep on.
Lakewood, Washington, Flushing, Queens, New York.
Flushing, Queens?
Basically any portion of San Francisco. There's a reason they have two Chinatowns. This is actually how this works, man.
And that is not on the level of Chicago and Philadelphia and
Per
St.
capita,
Louis.
yes, it is.
No, it's not. No, it's
San
not.
Francisco, it's really freaking bad. Yeah.
No, it's not. Not with the
It
Asians.
is. He's giving you
You don't,
facts.
show me. Give me a detailed fact, Libra. Since
They've been
she's
doing
right.
no.
hold
When
on,
I'm pointing
hold on,
out
Daniel.
San Francisco is a really good
No, hold on,
Super
Daniel.
Bowl
Don't say
version.
nothing, Daniel. 'Cause I want him to answer it. I want him to answer it. I got you.
If you get the answer, it doesn't matter where it comes
Daniel,
from.
I respect you and I agree with you. I want Libra to tell me what you mean. Oh, now he don't.
Playbox.
Here we go. Freedom.
Did you give Daniel source?
No, what I'm asking is that.
Wait, hold up. How are you going to ask for a source
Listen,
and you didn't give a source?
because Libra literally just jumped on the bandwagon
No.
and agreed.
How
So
are you
I want to
going?
know
I'm
what
gonna say
Libra's
it
talking
again.
about.
Playbox.
You saving him right now. You say-
Shut up. Playbox. How are you going to ask somebody to give a source and you just brought up Chicago and didn't give a source? Who is that person?
You saving him right now. I literally listening to Daniel. Daniel's making a point. I'm going to look that up as well. But Libra jumped on and agreed. Tell me where you notice that, Libra.
No.
No.
You asked Daniel for a source, and how dare you try to ask
No,
for a
because
source?
Libra
And you
jumped in
didn't
the
even give a
conversation.
source.
Libra jumped in
You
the
didn't give a
conversation.
source. Where's
Oh,
okay?
God.
You know what? Forget about it. Playbox, give me a source of Chicago 400.
Okay, you could go to the Chicago Times. You could go anywhere.
No,
on Google.
you the one brought that up.
No.
Give me a source. You give me a source.
I'm telling you the source.
No,
you know
I'm
what
not
Chicago
looking it
Times
up.
is?
You brought it up.
Do you know what Chicago
So,
Times
just
is?
like you asked Daniel to bring it up, I want the source.
Bro, I'm telling you the source, and you're literally ignoring the sources that I'm telling you. Does that make sense? Now, Libra, tell me the sources that you got that information that you agree with Daniel with. I believe Daniel has sources, but Libra jumped in so fast. What is your source, Libra? Now he's quiet. It's the longest he's been
No,
quiet.
it's not. No, because he's not gonna he's not gonna give you a source. Why the hell would he give you a source and you didn't bring
Why
your
are you
source up?
speaking for him?
I'm letting you know you're not gonna sit up here and give a source. No, you're not gonna do that.
Chicago does it. St. Louis has the murder cap. Yes, they do. So I understand what you're
Please
saying.
say unalive on here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Is that Daniel putting information up and Libra pointing to his information? You cannot make this up. You
It's a
cannot make
source.
this up.
It doesn't
You
matter.
cannot make this
It's
up,
a
bro.
source. It's a source. Now I want you. You need to get in the big box and show your source. You need to get in the big box and show your source.
All right, let me go take some
Yeah,
pictures.
yeah, go
Then I'm gonna
ahead.
throw it on the big box.
But see, if you knew the source, you knew
If I can have a
Chicago.
if I can have a second with him, is that all right, guys?
Hey,
You guys
Daniel.
mind? I really appreciate you guys giving me a chance to contribute. What's going on, Playbox? I'm not here. It's not meant in any malice, animosity, anything like that. I just want to talk to you about the actual data, and I think we can engage on that. And I think you're coming in here in good faith. I think that's awesome. Now, when we're talking about a group that we're talking about essentially 1.4% compared to about 13% of the population, you would understand that proportionality would mean that it would be a 10-to-1 split between them, right? Playbox, I'm talking. Oh, he's okay. I'll just engage with the data, and he'll come in. He's probably listening or doing something else. He's just going for data. Now, the thing is, when we're talking about this, if you can look at the anti-black, we're basically talking about the far left compared to the far right one regarding those two charts. We're basically talking about a split of roughly, what is it, 170 or so to basically 270 compared to 1,700 to about 2,800. That's a complete proportional split because we're talking about the raw numbers and their proportions are commensurate with the same thing. So their impact within those communities, considering their size, that's what per capita means. That's the parity. And I gave the examples of San Francisco, and I gave regarding Lakewood, Washington, which is just outside Seattle.
All right. So what do we? So we looking at what race and what city has the highest unalive rate?
The city that has the
Chicago.
highest.
It's not Chicago.
It wouldn't be Chicago. They don't even break the top 25.
Right.
So
They fluctuate between about 28 and 26.
See, a city in Illinois is actually 12th on that list, and that's not Chicago.
I did not say Chicago. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, y'all just keep jumping on things and just talking. What I'm asking you is, are we talking?
Is he serious right now?
I'm talking about.
Did he? Hold on, everybody. Hold up, everybody. Did he not bring up Chicago?
I did bring up Chicago. I'm asking.
You literally brought up the Chicago Times, the Chicago Tribune.
Oh,
you brought up Chicago, talking about it was 400 unalive.
The whole point, listen, that's an example I used. The whole point I'm making, we're saying races, right? Right?
Dude, you listen.
God,
Playbox. I don't care. You are a narcissist. You are listen. You are a narcissist, dog, because you're trying to gaslight us. You're doing word salads. I am familiar. Listen. I am familiar about narcissists. I know how they are. Trust me, I know.
What is a narcissist?
Oh, I'm not doing that. You go and look it up. No, dog. You have NPD. Dude, you brought up Chicago. But I'm gonna let Daniel. I don't know where Daniel went at. But Giants. Go ahead, Daniel, and then Giants fans.
I literally got my sources right here.
Please mute yourself, because you brought up Chicago.
Yeah, I'm right here.
I'm about Chicago. What is wrong with y'all?
Okay.
The point is not Chicago. The point is black on black crime.
Okay.
That's not a thing.
Are most crimes of proximity? I'm Playbox. I'm curious. Are most crimes about proximity? It's hard to commit a crime against someone if you aren't around them.
All right.
And you will have more opportunities within your own community, right?
All right.
And I think that's what, if I'm wrong, Libra, that's what you were referring to when you were saying that the idea of black on black crime is a misnomer and that it's actually not only reductive, but it's actually misleading because, for example, here's a good example. Let's take this idea of black on black crime. I never hear anything about white on white crime. And the big reason we have this is because we've been hearing a false narrative and a very intentional false narrative for decades.
Hold on, Daniel, you never heard of white on white crime?
I've never heard people use that term in the way
No, you never.
regarding black on black crime. Sir.
Well, I have.
Okay. Every night?
No, because it probably doesn't happen on that level every night.
Actually, it does. It actually happens more. Here's the thing. Like, for example, crime in general, especially violent crime in, say, these two disparate communities. When it comes to this idea of, say, with most violent crime against white people are perpetrated by white people, and the same for black people versus black people. Now
Wait, hold
here's
on,
the
hold
thing.
on. Wait a second.
No,
Daniel,
please
real quick,
let me
real quick,
finish.
real quick, real quick.
Roughly 90, a
Why
little
do y'all
lower than
keep bringing up
91%.
Chicago?
I'm trying to address this. Give me a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Roughly 90, almost 91% of all violent crime amongst that is perpetrated against black people are by other black people. Would it surprise you to find out that roughly 87% of all violent crime against white people are by other white people? And there's 5 times more than them, meaning there's way more
Daniel,
of that violent crime.
Daniel, at the end of the day, y'all bring up just Chicago. I bring up many cities. I brung up Philadelphia. I brung up St. Louis. I brung up Chicago. I brung up Baltimore, and y'all only picking Chicago. Now show me,
Put yourself
show
on
me,
mute,
now
Playbox.
show me where in the white.
Playbox, put yourself on mute. I'm trying not to mute you. So I'm gonna ask everybody on this panel. Did you guys hear, and mute yourself, Playbox, please. You really are really a child. Like, this is crazy. He wouldn't mute himself. So I want everybody on this panel go one by one, starting with Daniel. Did you not hear him say about Chicago only? Did you hear Philadelphia? I
Yes,
didn't.
that was the only city I did hear.
Thank you. John Brown.
You didn't hear it. Why isn't that?
John
Yep.
Brown.
You talking, right?
John Brown.
Yep.
Giants fan.
Yep.
Libra.
Hold on a second. I'm a little thirsty. I'm a little parched. Hold on.
All right. Let me talk to somebody.
Real quick.
Daniel, did you hear me deny saying Chicago?
No,
You did.
did almost.
No,
I'm
you
asking Libra
absolutely did.
again.
You
I'm
did
asking
deny
you
it. You said
again.
I never brought up
Did
Chicago.
you hear
I
him
never
bring
said I-
up, sir? Did you hear him only bring up Chicago?
Did I
Did he
deny
bring up
Chicago?
Philadelphia? Did he bring up all these other cities?
Brung up St. Louis too.
You afterwards.
That was
Afterwards.
after pushback.
That's
Playbox.
after.
Not after pushback.
That's
Can you give me a
When I
second?
said Chicago,
Playbox. This is Daniel. What's going on, man?
Wait, hold on, Daniel. Let Libra's answer,
Oh, of
and
course,
then you
please.
go ahead, and then you can go ahead and finish. Libra, did you hear what he said?
Part of it, you see, part of this while this was going on, I was talking to my wife in the background.
No, you wasn't.
So my God,
Yes, he was.
have a
I saw
warm
him
bowl
talking to
of shut
somebody.
the actual
I
fuck up.
saw him
Shut
talking
up.
to somebody.
Shut up. I wasn't lying. I was talking to
Right.
my wife. How many
I
people
saw
were
him
looking
talk-
at me having
Libra,
a conversation?
You don't have to listen. I saw you talking to somebody. I didn't know it was your wife, but I saw you talking to somebody. So go ahead and explain so Daniel can finish what he was saying, and then Giants fans can go.
y'all shouldn't
Hey,
be this
kid.
mad. Y'all gonna get high
Shut the
blood
fuck
pressure.
up, kid. Shut the fuck up, kid. You're making me cuss. And it's been a while since I've had a troll make me do this. But you're exhibiting full troll behavior to the
not a
point where
troll.
you got entertaining. Shut up, kid. Shut up. I've respected and kept my mouth shut. I've been muted. I don't care if you don't like my hand gestures or me doing this because I'm talking to my wife who matters more than you. But while I'm talking right now, you will have a warm bowl of shut the fuck up. That's it. That's it. It's not about education anymore. It's about me and you. See, I kept quiet. You can't help but interrupt me. So is it that I remind you of your father who used to beat the bejesus out of you? Is it that? Is that what you're looking at me for? Do you think I'm the guy who robbed you as a kid? And now all of us are bad? Because everything you're doing right now, Jay, I promise you, this man is going to catch all of it. And you know what I can do. He's going to catch all of it.
I know you can, but Libra, just answer the question, and then we can go on to
I
Daniel.
did not. Honestly,
Giant
I
fans.
did not hear him. I did not hear him say it. Honestly, I didn't hear him say it because I was distracted
You were talking to
speaking
your
with my
wife.
wife.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's no problem, Libra. Okay, Daniel, go ahead. So Giant fans can actually say what he can say. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay. So play box. All right. I understand. But the thing is, you didn't mention other cities until you got to pushback, and that's fine. We got there. We got there. I just care how that we got there. I don't care how it happened.
Before you finish,
So
Daniel, can I just say one little quick thing? This to correct
it's not my life, but
Okay,
I have
I'm
no
just
issue. I
real
want to
quick
have
before they
this
mute me. I
discussion.
gotta make this quick because they're gonna get in their feelings. When I only mentioned Chicago just to make an example, that's it. I mentioned all them other states as well, but when I said Chicago, I just mentioned that one Memorial Weekend. That's it. Okay.
Okay. Now the thing is, we hear this a lot, and I can understand the how people jumped on it because this is a very intentional like misread of what's going on. All right. Like remember when I was telling you about the 91 and 80%, 87%, basically between black on black versus white on white, and the fact that there's 5 times as many of them. So it's way more crime. And many of those crimes, there are very few violent crimes that black people even are at the top of the list. And the thing is, it's weird that we often have to deal with people, and tell me if I'm wrong, host, where people talk about black on black crime and talk about arrests and convictions, even in some cases, but not the exonerations, because that should be an offset, shouldn't it? Be Playbox when you have arrests and conviction, but then those exonerations should actually bring the numbers back down, because that would be wrongful arrests. But we never have that conversation. We often don't even get to within sniffing distance of an accurate conversation. And I think that's why a lot of people here were upset, because we want to have that accurate conversation. Seem fair?
Giants fans, he's not. Giants fan, you're next, and then Playbox, and then
Hey, I'm gonna get muted. I already know it was coming.
My thing is this: half the city this man just said is not even on the list. Like, can we talk about how some of the cities he says not even on the list of the top 10 most dangerous cities? And he planted in our faces, and he really about to make the old Giants fan come out of me. And if I do that, I'm gonna lose my account. It's like, he's a kid. Do we know how old he is, respectfully? How old is he?
Yeah, he said he's 40 something.
40 something. Dude, I'm only 29, and I know that's better than you do. Are we really about to do this right now?
You look older than me.
I'm supposed to be an insult to me?
No, I'm just stating something. That's all. Okay.
Like, being 40 years old, you are highly ignorant. And I'm just gonna keep it at that.
I just think that at y'all ages and the trend that y'all follow, y'all just stuck in y'all ways. It just is what it is. Y'all don't want to face facts. Y'all don't want to face the
But
truth.
yeah, you
Y'all just
don't
ignore
educate
issues.
yourself, sir. Yeah, you brought up Chicago and thought that Chicago was in the top 10,
I
top
did not
5.
say Chicago is the top 10 or 5. I never said
I
that
can't
either.
do the word salad. I
What
can't
I
do the
said
word
was,
salad.
see, and
Gaslighting.
this is what I'm saying.
I can't
Y'all cut
do
me
the
off and then y'all make up stories.
gaslighting.
I
I
use
can't
Chicago.
do the
See
gaslighting.
what I'm saying? Y'all just want to make up the whole narrative.
Crazy. You're gaslighting like crazy. This is other
I am
people
not
speaking about.
gaslighting. I literally
Yes, you
use
are.
Chicago as an
Hey,
example of how many
Freedom.
people got
Playbox.
unalived in one day
Playbox.
or
Playbox.
I got pew
Playbox.
pew. That's it.
Playbox. Playbox. Go on mute. Thank you. I need you to woo catch a bubble because you're doing too much.
You need to tell Freedom
Hey,
that.
I'm not even.
Freedom blood pressure about to go through the roof.
Listen.
Yeah, yours right now is there, but anyway.
Yeah, listen.
So,
That's one thing you don't see me tripping. You don't know how I can trip. I can actually trip. Playbox. You are not that educated to make me trip.
Your trip is not that impressive.
Here's the thing with Playbox. Playbox doesn't like to hear facts. He's been in my lives before. And when met with facts,
Got you upset too.
I'm still speaking.
I'm
Go on.
speaking too, and y'all cut me off.
Catch a yeah.
Stop
I did
unmuting
it
yourself,
respectfully.
Playbox.
I
I'm
got to stop
asking you.
muting me. It's letting me
I'm gonna mute
I
you
didn't mean
because
to.
you're talking. Hold up, cowgirl. You're talking over people.
for Freedom.
So
I was in the middle of a conversation
stop
and you cut me off.
talking, sir. I wonder when somebody was gonna drop him. I gave him a chance. The
So
host might be dropped him.
yeah, so melanated.
Yeah, that was me.
Playbox is a 40-year-old man who does not like to listen to facts. He's been in my lives before. He does not like, he's been presented with facts, and he does not like to hear anything that's presented that's outside of the minuscule life that he lives. That's why I was trying to say from the comments, and that's why I came up and I interrupted him. And I normally don't do that, and y'all know I don't do that. Oh, I'm not lying. So you've been blocked from my spaces. My mod Raina is in the bottom. Leva remembers you. Jay remembers you. Portia remembers you. So yeah, there's that. And I have no reason to lie on you because this is the internet, and I don't know you, and you're not the relevant, but you were relevant enough to be blocked from my space, so that tells me something. And Metal Melter was in there too. So here's the thing with him: he doesn't like to hear anything from anybody he deems older. Well, I'm only 51. I'm not that much older than him, so I'm confused. He does not like the stats that are presented to him, so he'll go find other stats that fit his narrative. He does not like to hear anybody else. I don't care about followers. I'm not on TikTok with followers. I have friends in real life. He also worries more about TikTok status than, actually doing something 10 toes down on the ground for people that look like him. He's a waste of space, effort, and Harriet Tubman would leave him in the grass where he belongs. Just wanted to let y'all know. And it's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You getting old.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm 51 today. 51 today. I sure is. I'm 51 today. But I will freedom. I will tell y'all this much. I look good for 51.
Okay. You do.
You want to ride tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live. But I saw So Melanated was live, so I had to come give my nieces some love.
You better stop that before my wife come and punch me.
I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry, Daniel. I turned
Nails looking all good. You better quit it.
I behave.
You know they
Right.
messed up.
Y'all tap the screen and give Cowgirl her gift for her birthday. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. So Portia, what's up?
I'm gonna drop down so y'all can finish doing what y'all need to do. I'm gonna go live probably about another 30 minutes.
Okay.
Don't let him get y'all blood pressure up, because we just need to leave him where he at.
We don't have that much intelligence to get my blood pressure up. I'm not even upset. It just showed his ignorance.
Oh, what? I'm gonna sit up here for a little bit. Y'all, thank y'all for the roses though.
And wait, and dude, like I said, you think I'm older than you?
No,
See,
no,
it's what
not at
Portia
all.
was going. Let Miss
You're not
Portia
older
go.
than her. Portia.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. It irritates me that people like him and white tea people always want to bring up Chicago, and I'm being calm. I'm being real calm. That's my old stomping ground. My mama left Louisiana at 18, and I've been traveling between Louisiana and Chicago all my life. The only reason why that they will bring up Chicago is because they sit on their behind, look at TV, they look at Good Time. They hear about Cabina Green. Cabina Green and the area that Good Time was taken in is not the only area in Chicago. You have some very nice areas. You also have some very rundown areas. Now, if you want to be real about it, let's be real. The reason why Chicago got a bad rap, it ain't because of the gang violence. It's because of the mob. You had Al Capone. Al Capone did the St. Valentine Day Massacre. They wasn't black. They was white tea. Al Capone was running juke joints and doing illegal gambling and running illegal liquor through Chicago, from Chicago to Las Vegas. So why all of a sudden now it's a big issue about Chicago? Because all y'all do is think about Cabrini Greens and the area, like I said, where Good Time was the Good Time show was taking place at. So if we gonna do that, let's go all the way back. It started with the white tea people. It didn't start with the black people. It started with the white tea people. So I'm gonna need for some of y'all to shut the hell up about my hometown, because y'all are literally pissing me off.
Portia, can I
I'm
ask?
gonna go there.
Chicago?
Reason why Chicago's has been brought up, and I'm sorry, Daniel. The reason why Chicago is so popular now is because of DT. DT started talking about Chicago is because who come from Chicago? Who was the senator of Chicago? Obama. That's why they're
Sure
bringing
know.
up Chicago. That's the main reason why. And DT, if people don't know, I'm talking about Donald Trump. He was talking about Chicago a lot, and that's why Chicago is so popular now. Is talking about the unaliving city is because of DT. Yes, that's why.
Freedom, respectfully, as a mod from other lives to a mod in this one. Sucker Pucker is a troll account that reports. That's a 00 account with no fog. That one, you should respectfully remove that from this existence. Just saying. Now, as far as what's happened in this room, respectfully, I was dealing with the misinformation on this black on black crime. And that's what I'd started to deal with before someone wanted to behave like a petulant child and needed to just keep talking and keep talking. They weren't interested in facts. And he was so not interested in facts that even when Daniel came in calm, cool, collective, respect to Daniel for that, he wanted to engage more with me than get the actual truth from Daniel on the screen. I mean, it's weird. If you're looking to move forward, I can admit when I was wrong. I'm wrong for yelling at him like that. But the totem pole thing was just that's one of my triggers, I guess. I don't like that. So I left it alone. But I was wrong for yelling, and my wife,
So y'all muted me?
no, they ain't muted you.
I can't hear nothing.
Then they go back out and go back in.
I did, damn it.
They didn't mute you.
Y'all being loud anywhere I can't.
Okay.
It's me
I
that
need
was
y'all.
loud. I'm sorry.
It's them
I
on
need
the
y'all to
other
have a
end
show
that's making
right
you
now.
laugh.
It's my fault.
You better calm down. Are you gonna be
I'm gonna calm
on
down.
punishment again?
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
I ain't gonna
See?
shit.
See, nothing to
I can,
hide there. See?
I can do the marketing for the TV show you guys can have right now.
No TV show. No.
Libra and You Better Not. That'd be the name of the show.
Libra and You Better Not. Dang.
Yo, can I be the
Okay.
You
yo,
on
can I be the executive
punishment.
producer? Can
Libra
I
and
produce
you
That's
it?
not
on
a movie. I
punishment.
love that.
I ain't on punishment
Libra,
just yet. I'm
you
getting
on
there.
punishment.
Yeah, I'm
Will
getting there.
somebody
It wouldn't be
please get
that.
rid
It
of
would be
Playbox?
it'd be
I've
the
been
Throat
married.
Punch Chronicles.
I've been married 32 years, man. I know exactly what it is. You know what? I love my wife for the stuff that used to be kicked off when we first got married.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
she
love
got
her
nice
for the
cheeks
thing.
too.
You see the way he keep looking
Wanna
back?
see him? Don't mind showing my age.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you right, Giants fan. You see how he looking back? You know
Hell
better.
no. It's not that serious.
Well, I learned a long time ago. My wife is most of the time right.
I shouldn't have to hear you way over there above.
I said I'm sorry.
Listen, I can't wait to get married. I want to get married real quick. I can't wait to get married. I'm looking for my wife. Not right now, a year from now. But yeah.
And I wish you the best of
Pay
luck.
attention when it comes. I
Yeah,
lucked
that was
out.
fun.
I
That
lucked
was
out.
fun.
I was at a baseball game. I saw her. I pointed her out to my brother. He called dibs. I waited all summer. We became friends. And 6 months into the school year, she found out she had a boyfriend.
She found out.
She found out. Yeah, like no joke. Like I was helping her with her math homework, and I ended up staying for dinner. And her mom made a plate for her dad, and her mom told her when I was about to wait for my to go up and say, "You better make a plate for your boyfriend." Boyfriend? He's like, "You think that boy coming over here to visit with your father and watch them dang John Wayne movies? Coming here to see you."
Respect.
Hell of
And
respect, man.
that's raps. I was 14.
Nice. My first girlfriend was a bet. Well,
Wait.
not really
wait.
a bet, but more of a challenge. Yeah.
Is your wife still around before you tell the story? Before
She
you tell
already
the
knows
story.
it. She already knows it. Yeah. See, there was a junior high, and picture me, the face of multiple rejections. She
Preach.
was huh?
Said preach.
The
Oh
face
yeah,
of
yeah.
multiple rejections. Preach.
Yes.
I
So we.
I brought Silver up. I don't mean to interrupt, Libra. I brought Silver
Oh,
up
it's okay.
because Nordic. I usually let white tea people talk to white tea people. If y'all want to talk to him, go ahead. But he's been up here before. Yeah, go ahead.
No problem. No, go ahead. No, yo, go ahead. I can embarrass myself anytime.
Oh no,
So
man.
what's up?
You want punishment
I'm
anyway.
Oops, sorry. No,
No,
I'm enamored by your story, man. I want to hear this.
okay. So it was gym class, and it happened to be the last period of the day every day. So nobody was trying to talk to her. So I tried to talk to her. And I finally just said one day, it was about 2 weeks of talking, and I said one day, it was a Friday. And I was like, so I see you don't have a boyfriend. And she's like, no, I don't. And I said, how'd you like to change that status? And she said, oh, well, I got to think about it. And so I said, in my, again, face of rejection, I said, hey, I'll give you the weekend to think about it. So if Monday, when I see you, if it's not a no, then it's a yes. And so over the weekend, I'm sitting there going, I have made myself the biggest fool there ever was. And come Monday, gym class, I specifically stayed away to give the full weekend effect until the last minutes of class. And then I went up to her and I said, so how was your weekend? And she's like, fine, yes, it was okay. I was like, so have you thought about the question? She goes, yeah. And so, and she just kind of stood there and looked at me. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's not a no. And she shook her head. I was like, okay, so then that's a yes. And boom, that's how it happened. Yeah. Wasn't it awesome?
Oh,
Yeah.
I like stories like that.
Game. I had game.
Yeah, no
No,
damn
I
game.
had no game. No, I had no game. About the coolest
Well, maybe
moment
then-
was after grad school. That's about it. I had the most Dark Gable moment of my life in my 20s, and I have not been cool since. I'll admit it. Like I came home from grad school shortly before I joined the military, and I was the whole thing is she went to college in Michigan. I was in college in New Jersey, so we had a long distance relationship all through college and grad school. So basically that whole thing. So she had when we're not together, I don't own my wife. She's allowed. I should be able to measure up if I'm compared to other dudes. It's not some sort of thing. So the whole thing, there was this guy, Chris, who she was into. Like, no joke, I showed up and probably did the most. I'm not this cool, but for that afternoon, I guess I was. I showed up, knocked on the door, still got my bags from traveling from college to visit family and, and everything. We're home for the summer. And I knock on the door. Her brother, saw me through the door. The guy, her boyfriend at the time, when I'm not there, Chris, he comes by the door, looks at me, and she sees me when she opens the door, jumps into my arms, and the thing is, he's looking at me like I'm right here, and all she did was lean back, still holding on to me with one arm, lean back and close the door in his face. And then he comes to the door after a minute of us just hugged up and clenched and just lip locking and everything. And he opens the door and looks at me, and I put it down, and I put my hand out. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm Daniel. He's like, he knows who. She said he knows who you are. Like, no joke. I walked in the house. Remember, I picked her back up, walked in the house with her like she was some groceries. All right. Her dad was happy to see me. Her mom was happy to see me. And no joke, her brother was told to take my bag up to her room. This dude, Chris, is not allowed past the living room. Apparently, they made it clear they're okay if I stay in her bedroom. He can't even pass the living room. Her mom gave me a great big hug. Her dad, once again, he's like, you know, the John Wayne movie's coming on TNT. You know, this is Georgia, so TNT is regular TV. So it's like, you know, he wants to do a John Wayne marathon with me. Like, peas and carrots, like nothing changed and everything. I'm basically already their son-in-law, the way they see me, right? And he and I had a nice little conversation, and he said he wanted to talk to her. And remember, I still haven't put her down. I still have not put this girl down. She's still in my arms. She like, I'm like, I did something I'm not this cool, but at that moment, I put her down, tapped her on the butt in front of her parents, and said, go ahead and handle that light work. I got plans for me and you.
What?
It was the most gangster stuff I ever done in my life. I am not this cool. But it was just that moment. It was just, it just came out. I think I was channeling my father. And, you know, she walked in the other room, and all we said was 3 sentences. He came walking out pissed off because she dumped him like a bat. She dropped him like nothing. Like, it was not a big, long, drawn-out thing. They walked into the kitchen. He's never been into the kitchen before. They walked into the kitchen, had maybe a couple of words, walked out. She basically said, it's over. That's about as long and drawn out as she made it. The breakup. It's over. You knew about him. And he was leaving. And, it was.
Yeah, my wife said she commends you. That's where the thumbs up came from.
Yeah.
What happened to
I know I wanted to marry this girl when I was 16 years old. I don't know. Yeah. I know it. 4 kids later, 32 years of marriage, 4 decades together.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, I'm only 56. All right. She taught me how to be married to her.
Find my wife. I hope I can pick her up too. If I can't, I'm gonna tap on her ass.
Not even the young person on this panel.
I'm surprised she puts up with my crap.
Hey, Daniel, you said you served?
Yep.
Hey, thank you for your service.
Almost 26 years.
Hell yeah.
You know, a lot of people who serve hate that saying. Like Silva served as well. Then a lot of, I don't know if Daniel hate that saying, but I know a lot of military people that I have met, including my uncle. He hates that saying.
I know what people mean by it. I know what people mean by it, and I try to take it as best as I can when they do.
It feels weird, don't it?
Used to be a little weird.
Yeah, it just feels weird when they say it.
Yeah, I think that when people I think people need to normalize one other thing. When talking to Vietnam vets, don't say thank you for your service. Say welcome home as well. Because that's something that they missed out on. That generation, that war, those veterans were vilified unbelievably. And they never got the welcome home. And it's terrible. My father's a Vietnam vet. And my dad's only told me he didn't even say it to me. I was at the barbershop. He told a Vietnam story while I was a little kid in the barbershop chair, and I overheard him talking to his buddies. And it was just the story of the return home from Vietnam during their last tour. And it gave me nightmares. All it was the flights and train, the flights and bus ride. And you could make a movie out of just the trip home. It was so messed up. My dad was enlisted in the Army, and I grew up a Navy brat. He was a commissioned officer in the Navy. And that's who I grew up. I grew up as a Navy brat. Now, my dad when he was in the army. My dad's Dan Senior. So Danny, Lenny, and Lonnie. They grew up in Atchison, Kansas. All right, been close as you could imagine. All right, grew up in a little small town in rural Kansas, and on their way back after 3 tours in Vietnam, they come back. The war is over, and they come into Irvine, California. They fly in. They're in Irvine, California, waiting for a flight to Kansas City. All right. They sit their stuff down. At this time, it's got the big glass thing. I've heard the story. And basically, I had nightmares about it because I could imagine it the whole time they were saying this with the buzzing of the clippers. And an old lady walked up to them while they're sitting at the little bar, the lounge area. They got their collars and unbuttoned and the tie undone a little bit, jacket off, that sort of stuff, just waiting for their flight. Old lady walks up, old white woman, like my dad said, old as Methuselah. I'm thinking she's probably in her 70s, something like that. And they ask, "You boys on your way home? On your way to the war?" He's like, "No, ma'am." All right. He's like, "You guys, did you get hurt?" He's like, "Nope, all my fingers and toes." All right. Well, you have a nice day. And she walks away. Lenny turns around and goes back to conversation, having their conversation. And then he gets a tap on his back and he turns around. And the lady, she's quiet, doesn't say anything. She's got a purse. It's like she wants to show him something. She opens it up, pulls the biggest burner you could imagine, and opens a barn door in his chest and a bigger one in his back. According to my father in the story, he was deceased before he hit the ground. Her grandson passed away in Vietnam, didn't even make it off the plane. She was angry. And they had to change their flights, stay the night, get his family and everything, and then get on the flight the next day. That's Lenny. Friends since photos of them in like baby strollers and everything together. All right, that's Lenny gone. Now he and Lonnie get on a flight. They land in Kansas City, Missouri, and then they take a bus to Atchison, right across the state line, about an hour and a half. They get off the bus, toward close to town. My dad's house is near the town. Lonnie's family has a farm further down the road. They make a plan to meet on Sunday after church. This is middle of the week. Sunday comes. He sees Lonnie's sister, or Lonnie sees him, comes up to him. He's like, "You're home?" He's like, "You heard from my brother?" He's like, "He came home with me." That was days ago. They go looking for him. They find his body a couple days later. Apparently, he got unalived by a bunch of redneck white dudes in his uniform, mutilated, just walking the road to get to his family's farm and everything. All right, because how dare he come in here dressed up like a Christmas tree? They got what was it? They got I think it was like a year or something like that. It was something ridiculous, something real low. So basically, the old white lady got away with it, and those guys got super lenient and everything. That story gave me nightmares. I was single digits when I heard that story. I don't know why I just went and depressed myself like this. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. And
So I was just trying to say that's the reason why. Welcome them home. Vietnam vets, they need that.
yeah, my ex-father-in-law was a Vietnam vet. He got exposed to Agent Orange, and um, he never talked about it. He never told his daughter anything about anything that he'd done. But there was times where he would he'd go away. He would just be. She had to get him to start going to the VA and talking to people, find a group to talk to, and this was in West Virginia. So she managed to find a group for him to talk to, and it helped because he started actually learning to smile and laugh again. Not much, but let's just let's put it this way: that man, he survived because luck and how tough he was. Because I'm not going to say no man could get turned out, but he was a guy that still had all that rage in him, and it was routine for him to get drunk and literally tear up an entire bar in town. Like if he walked in there, people literally would get up and walk out. He could be smiling, he could be not smiling, but if he was in there, he was there to let some aggression out. And before he passed, the Agent Orange started doing his thing, and it regressed him. He started talking about things that only the ex-wife knew from being a kid. Me even in the house was an issue for him. He didn't even recognize me. So yeah, he really didn't like when people tried to pull that or make that comment of thank you for your service, because he didn't want thanked. He didn't want nothing. He did not want to hear that. That would set him off for a whole day.
It's so it's amazing how soldiers are treated and how they don't have to worry about the enemy mistreating them. They have to worry about the same country they're fighting for. And when you say that about the orange, it's a lot of soldiers have suffered through that. And the United States have covered that up.
Oh yeah, they big time still covering that up. Their confessions are still lightweight. I have a buddy who was in the army, um, and this was during Gulf War, Desert Storm. You remember the story about the baby powder factory that us American imperialists blew up? I'm sorry, poofed up. You remember that story in the news years back? He was a part of that team, and he said when they hit everything, hit the lights, his badge went immediately black, and everybody on this team was exposed. And this man used to be a sturdy 6'2", about 280-pound man. By the time I met him, he was still 6'2", but he was maybe a buck 60, and had these unusual white polyp growths throughout his body that he had to go get seen for regular. But he told me that if he disappears one day, just out of the blue, just he's there and for some reason he just doesn't come back, don't go looking for him, because more than likely they've scooped him up, because everybody except him and two other people, everybody in his unit had all unalived. All of them in the most horrible ways that you can imagine your skeleton deteriorating. And I'm sorry, I'll stop at that line, but that's some of the stuff that he went through. And he just, he accepted it. He just walked around. If the guy kept me laughing sometimes with all of that going on in him. So it's not, I don't trust the government. I used to work for them.
I work for them and I don't trust them at all. Silver, you have something to say, contribute?
I said down in the comments, we're talking about our Vietnam veterans, and we praise the PACT Act for taking care of those of us that were exposed to burn pits. But as Daniel pointed out, it took 35 years from dealing with Agent Orange for them to be included in the PACT Act that was just written. And so when we look at that generation of veterans, they're the ones that we need to uplift the most, because they're the ones, like Daniel said, that did not get that welcome home.
It's crazy.
I do want to say thank you for having me, guys. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna get going. It's almost 10. I do need to handle some stuff for tomorrow. I've got a medical. Basically, I got to do a telehealth thing. All right. You guys have a good one. All right.
Yeah, thank you for coming and thank you for showing all the information to someone who wasn't worth it.
I wish he was. Well, I came up here because I wanted to talk to him. My dad taught me. When having a discussion, if you're going to make an assumption, assume mistake rather than malice, because it's more and more common. I don't know which one it was, but I want to think, maybe he was just mistaken. But he made it hard. He made it hard to keep that idea that it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, you were trying to do what normally happens in like Cowgirls Live and stuff. You're trying to educate, inform, so it doesn't seem like you're carrying around the wrong set of information. And yeah, he unfortunately he wasn't for hearing that. You saw how he reacted. You had the information up and I already knew if you said you had it, I'm going to shut up and listen. But he was more upset with me that I wasn't bringing the information up, and I'm going, before I could say it, you said it. It doesn't matter the source as long as it's correct information. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut and let all of this flow, and maybe he'll listen to Daniel. And he still didn't want to hear you.
Yeah, I gave him the racial breakdown regarding the actually FBI crime stats, a primary source, and then actually an actual university study actually covering that actual data. And I don't know why he didn't want to have that conversation with me, because when I was trying to talk to him about it, that's when he wanted to talk to you. But oddly enough, when I was muted and you were talking, he didn't want to talk to you.
That's what trolls do. I deal with them all the time, and I gotta apologize to some melanated freedom. I gotta apologize to everybody in the live for getting loud like that, because that's normally not my thing.
No, you don't have to apologize.
No,
No,
you're good.
you're
It's all
good.
good.
No, you don't have
just-
to even do that.
I get tired of it. It's the same consistency. A lot of these lives wouldn't go this way if it wasn't for the trolls that come in to disrupt it. Like, we would want to get together, have a conversation about moving forward, doing better, helping each other out, basically, evolving to get past the mess that we have to deal with. And they come in here and they just pick one point and just derail. And it's like, okay, so you're not interested in the solution. And then they go to cussing or talking about people, talking about their looks, talking about their, ethnicity, sexuality, anything. They go off on anything to please get past the education and information that's being passed on. And it doesn't even matter the live. I was in Cowgirls Live once. We were listening to music. We were literally from box to box trading off, playing music for the live. And out of the blue, it's like someone put us on the radar, and we just started getting troll after troll after troll coming in. Look at these old losers. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll let that go. Then they came in with the N word, and then they came in cussing in the comments. And I'm going, did somebody send up a flare? And so we had to, we stopped what we were doing and started focusing on the comments. And as we invited people up, one guy came up and he just made, body noises like, farting. He just did that. And there was others who came up. We could be doing absolutely nothing in the live, sitting here quiet and staring at the screen. And because of the prompt, they will come in and go at it. I got frustrated. So I'm going to drop because I have to go save myself from a midnight throat punch with the wife. Kidding. But I clearly am not in the mindset for dealing with trolls tonight. So I'm gonna bounce.
Hey, Libra, do you mind if I add a comment?
Go ahead.
Up until he started acting like a child, because I was just watching from the comment section and all that, I feel like you handled yourself as professionally as you could until you could not. So I 100% commend you for keeping it 100.
I appreciate that. I was just trying. This is my name. My name fits my my sign, and it's my nature, and that's how the wife is. We keep each other in balance, which is why she came in here to let me know that I'm getting too loud, and the neighbors don't need to hear about my life. So
Yeah.
I'm I'm going to respectfully step down and let someone continue the conversation.
Well, I wish you a very good night.
Yeah,
Thank
have a
you.
good night.
Appreciate it. Y'all have fun because I know it's going to keep going.
Okay, Nordic. So when you left, we had a big conversation on different things that white people do
All right.
that maybe make us inherently racist. One of those things, when we look at, say, for example, cultural appropriation,
Mm-hmm.
we look at, if you're familiar with something called AAVE.
I am not, but if you give me a second, I will be more than happy to look it up and figure it out.
Okay, so oh, okay, cool. I forgot he likes to do that. So maybe, oh, go ahead.
This was a crazy live today, but it was good, a good live. So Melody,
Yeah.
a good live today, girl. Yeah.
And I do want to say, truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you for the knowledge or leading me to the knowledge. That way I can start my journey to better myself, be a better person, and, just do better. I mean that. I am truly thankful for it.
Awesome. I'm glad. And did you look up what AAVE is? AAVE? And while we're waiting, if everybody wants to do maybe a minute of power tapping, maybe get some hashtag FYP. We can get back out on the For You page a little bit and get some more guests in here. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I did respond, just making sure I had it right. It's African American Vernacular English. Is that right?
Absolutely. And so when we look at what that is, and we look at the idea of cultural appropriation, it's probably not something that we as white people should use, because it does not belong to us. It has not been freely given to us. We as white people have come in and colonized everything that the Black community has made, created, and so forth. And so what we begin to do when we want to do this work is we stay in our own lane and we don't use AAVE. So there are a lot of slang terms and a lot of styles of speech that we try to stay away from.
Sorry, I'm fighting off my cat, but I am tracking on what you're saying.
That's okay. That's fine. And small silent pauses are normal as we think and go through this. It's actually a white supremacist ideology that to think that you have to have a fast conversation, that you have to engage quickly, that you can't take time to think and reflect on what you say. There's this sense of urgency within the white supremacist ideology. So a conversation takes no more or less time than necessary. But so when we say things like slang things that are AAVE, like keeping it 100, that really doesn't belong to us. And we should probably try to modify our language to not colonize and culturally appropriate something that doesn't belong to us.
And that's fair.
Yep. So just another, and my curiosity, since you kind of left and came back, I know you said you had some stuff to focus on, but I was curious if you thought about, some of the conversation that we had before that and what your thoughts were.
I mean, I'm not. It's how do I describe the sensation of it all? I almost feel like, or felt in that particular moment when I started all of this, just trying to gather up information, and that way it's like, all right, I've got a baseline to go off of. Let's start digging deeper. What, sir? I'm trying to talk to people and you're meowing at me. Why? Anyways.
Your cat encourages the deconstruction, just so that's what your cat was saying.
Well, that or it's about time for them to eat. I don't know. But it felt like I have no experience, going through real rehabilitation and things like that due to, substances and things like that. But I felt in that moment that was like my, oh shit, hey, I need to unscrew myself right now and get better. It felt like I had my eyes open to a reality that, I can sit there and stay in the mindset of, oh, well, this isn't my fight, it isn't my problem, when in the most intensive points, I use this terminology might sound foreign, but it's common for I really don't want to say people like me because I don't want it to be taken the wrong way. I'm a pagan. I am not a Christian. I am a polytheist. I am a pagan. For us, when we refer to the spirit within, we call that the inner child, because that was, when you were a child, that's the point where, everything was, I'm just here and I'm happy with what here is. So yeah, I reflected within, and after learning all that, and I realized, I wasn't happy anymore. It's like, hold on. No. I don't get to sit here and live a decent life while other people are out here knee deep in the shit. I don't get that privilege. So I need to see if either, I can find a way to get stuck in and, get in the fight and arm myself with the knowledge to do it, or at the very least, gain that knowledge and try to, just push it out there. Because I mean, when I don't know if it was this live that I was in when I made the quote. No, it was another one. We live in an era where information is, easily accessible. That's why they've been calling it the information age. And, in that moment, I realized I had failed my responsibilities as a decent human being to arm myself with that knowledge. like while I was gone, I started going down that rabbit hole and compiling more and more and more books that I'm going to end up diving into at some point. Just that way I can try to get that knowledge.
Oh, I actually appreciate that. And I think that's a great place to start. I know you said you like to read books. And then one of the other things that we kind of encourage is kind of how you and I did here on the panel a little bit ago, when there were Black people here kind of telling their story. It's for us to sit and be quiet. You know, it's for us to sit and listen, because we don't have those experiences. We don't know those experiences, and we can't understand those experiences. And so it's for us to sit and listen and learn and understand what those differences are, you know, and just begin to kind of do that piece of it. That's a good piece of it. And it sounds like you're here on TikTok a lot. So there are people we can recommend. John Brown is really good. I always recommend him because I know I go live, but I prefer his lives. I really like him leading, and me just being on the panel. But just frequently visit, because exposing yourself more and more to the anti-racist piece of the work is going to be crucial on moving forward. Because I think it's Duct that was in here earlier that was saying it's like an addiction, and if you don't constantly stay, you know, on the alert for that addiction, you can fall right back into it. And so constantly kind of you know, doing the research, doing the reading, but then also sharing in that anti-racist community to begin to normalize what being anti-racist feels like, is all about, so that when you go out into the world, you'll start feeling uncomfortable when people say racist stuff, because you'll begin to have that foundation in anti-racist. So then you can go out, because TikTok is the proving ground, is kind of how I think. This is where we go to learn. We can go to share knowledge and information, but we've got to go back out into the world and continue to move things forward there, and find a cause to join, you know, find somewhere to be an activist, somewhere to do what you can, depending on within your limits, obviously. But having that foundation so that when you do go out and somebody says something racist, you feel uncomfortable in that moment, because you're now, you know, finding the comfort with anti-racism. And then it makes it easier to begin to step up and say things, you know, and to understand what knowledge to bring, how to address when people say, you know, whatever these things on the background are, you know, whether it's leaning across the counter to say, I'm not racist, but, you know, were they Black people? When I was at the DMV and I was telling a story about how my car got stolen, and the lady leans forward and does the, you know, I'm not racist, but, you know, and sitting in these spaces and learning and understanding and beginning to understand what people mean when they say those things makes it easier for you to begin to address them and call them out.
Yeah, understandably.
And Grammy too, yes. Somebody in the comments said Grammy. Yes, Grammy is also another.
I will have to try to find them, or I may have to find them on another live. I kind of kept it to myself a little bit, but when Playbox kept bringing up, oh, Chicago this, Chicago that, I'm kind of sitting there looking at it like, what the hell does Chicago have to do with it? I used to be a welder with the Local 1 out there, and I never had a single problem. Like, and I mean, it could be that, you know, maybe I wasn't deep enough inside the city to see it or whatever, but all the times I was working in Chicago, it was a relatively pleasant experience. I actually liked Chicago. It was quite nice. The traffic was probably the only thing I could complain about, but it's traffic. So, no, I don't get why he kept bringing up Chicago. That kind of, I mean, obviously Chicago's not my home turf. Currently I live closer to St. Louis, but you know, it's one of those things like, man, how are you going to talk crap on a city that you don't even know about?
So, and what I would say to that is, if you remember, you came up and you brought up a story about how your dad was friends with or served with a black guy, and you were all family or something like that. There was a story you said, and I asked you,
Yeah,
why did
there.
you say,
Oh, sorry.
yeah. But I asked you, why did you say that story? And you're like, you know what? I don't know why I said that. And it's another one of those things. Saying Chicago is exactly another one of those things. These are things that we have just heard so many times along the way. You know, every single one of these things we as white people have heard come out of other white people's mouth, which is why we may not register it, because it doesn't, what does it mean? You know? And so we hear it so much and it becomes so ingrained in us that we come up on panels like this and we regurgitate that. Well, it's the same, you know, Chicago is nothing more or less than tokenizing and saying, I have black friends, I have black family, I have, you know, that type of thing, if that makes sense.
To put it in simplest terms, did I pull a dumb bringing that up? I'm starting to feel like I might have pulled a dumb bringing that up.
It's not a dumb, it's just a white supremacist talking point. And honestly, and to think that you're the only one that says them, you're wrong. I used to say I don't see color. I really did. You know, I really thought I was saying that I see humanity. And when you break it down and you realize that as white people, we have the privilege to not see color, because we don't grow up in a world that oppresses us based on what our race is. And so that's when I understood that it's a privilege to say that, you know, because it's not like a member of the black community can tell the police that's pulling him over, we don't see race. You know, it's not going to do anything. You know, when we look at the maternal mortality rate, it's not like the black woman can walk into the doctor and say, no, we don't see race here. But that's our privilege. And so all of these talking points are nothing more than white supremacist ideologies. And so we just need to recognize what they are, recognize that we're going to say them, and, you know, begin to unpack and learn what they are and why they're problematic.
Okay, I'm starting to put the pieces together.
But there's actually, in my link tree in my bio, there's a source on microaggressions, which bring up a lot of the things that we get here for the bingo cards. And it explains why there is privilege in each of them, why they're problematic, and why, you know, because when we look at it through the YT lens, it's not problematic, you know, because we've never had to face these things.
Off the gate, I don't know if you had saw the message I sent to you, but
What happened?
or like,
So we can't hear you. If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
oh, bollocks. Yeah,
So
I
we
forget
heard
about
maybe
that.
2 or 3 words if you want to do that again.
So I had sent you, because I tried to look to see how you would decipher the results of the IAT tests, and I'm like, okay, I'm not pulling up anything. I'm drawing straws, or sorry, no, I'm drawing blanks here. I have no idea how to decipher this, and I sent you a DM saying, hey, how do I decipher this? Because I've never really taken a test like that before, so I'm like, okay, how do I decipher the results?
When did you send that to me?
Like
while I've been on the live?
Yeah.
Okay,
Give me one
okay,
second. I'll give
okay.
you an exact timestamp.
Oh no, and that's fine. I wanted to make sure like it wasn't sometime before this live and I just missed it. But yeah, I'll go look at it because I know it tells you, and it should tell you at the end, like say you take for the black people versus white people, and it gives you the good and bad categories, and it'll tell you right out, either you have more of a bias in believing that white people are good, or you have more of a bias in believing that white people are bad, or what have you. And so, or it'll tell you that you have no more or less bias for either black people or white people, good people or bad people. So it just it should kind of tell you for that. Do you want to talk about it open, or do you want me, or are you more comfortable?
So
She was looking everything up, huh? Yeah. Say you're looking everything up. She tell you to look up.
So I guess a little bit about myself. Hey, you quit it, sir. You stop it.
The cat's gonna come get you if you don't feed it.
He's still got another hour to go. He's a tuxedo, so he's being fussy. No, but one of the so I brought up earlier that I am a pagan. More specifically, I am a Norse pagan. So one of my chief deities is Odin, which is his whole domain is knowledge and wisdom. So for me, in essence to honor my God, or my noble lord, as I have termed it to myself, it's part of my beliefs to acquire knowledge and wisdom where I can find it. So the moment it's like, hey, this is some knowledge that you could probably put to good use, I'm already, in lack of better terms, I'm hawking it down like a fly on shit.
No, I can appreciate it. We know that Odin lost his eyes so he could gain the knowledge of the world. And I would challenge that if that's the path we're going to walk down, then we have to realize that as we look at something is only half of what it really is. And those that have the key to the other half cannot be like us. And so we can never understand their experience. It is something that we have to sit and listen and learn and be able to begin to understand what those two halves come together to make for us as a whole.
And I mean, I know I brought it up earlier when I was here before. The primary compass of my beliefs and all that is humanity united as a whole. Like when when Freedom jumped my case about the whole Charles Darwin thing, and I still apologize for that. That was in poor context. It's yes, there were many different types of birds, but they're the same species. They're birds, or they're avian creatures. I guess I don't know. I'm slowly letting my brain unwind because it's just been cramming information left and right in there, whether it's self-improvement or getting ready for this move or what have you. So, and to Somel and Freedom, I appreciate your guys' patience with me trying to get up to speed and get caught up on this. I am thankful. And I'm just continuing to try to arm myself with knowledge.
Absolutely. Just remember that, again, kind of like we were talking about earlier, asking anybody you can't be responsible for the oppression of a people and then ask them to come together. That's abusive to do that. And we're here to not continue that abuse. So we're going to remember that we can't ask that until we come together to dismantle the problem that we created, we can't ask that. So while, if we looked down the road in this perfect utopia, would it be amazing for that to be a thing? Sure. But that's for our future generations to decide if that's what they want to do after we do the work to undo what has been done.
Right, and that makes sense. I guess I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here.
No, it's being mindful and having empathy for people is what it comes down to. Because when we say things like, oh, we want this end goal to be come together, we're telling another community to, I think it's actually a bingo thing, get over it. We're telling them to get over what has been done. And we don't get to decide that. And even down the road, if we've dismantled white supremacy, say we've gotten there, man, those white supremacists are done for. We still don't get to turn to another community and say, do you want to come together now? Like we just stay away from that. We're going to stay in our own lane, and we're going to know that this white supremacist ideology is wrong and it needs to be dismantled, period.
Got it.
And you have to want that. Me telling you to want that, is just me saying a thing.
To be honest, if it was something that, was brought to my attention and I didn't want to change it, we would not be having this discussion. That's just the type of person I am. I'm not trying to be offensive by that or anything like that. But
because if you didn't see it and then want to dismantle it, you'd then be a white supremacist and we wouldn't like you.
Yeah, which obviously, if I'm coming to the realization that, okay, this is a problem, that it's not one of those things that ever needs to be called into question of, oh, well, you got to want to do this. No, I want to do this. Hence why I'm doing these tests. I'm getting these resources compiled. And, it's going to be a long process. But yeah. Yeah. Getting into good trouble. I like that. I like that.
Is that's a book? That sounds like it's in I want to add that to my list. I didn't know that was a book. Okay, well, it's a good quote. I like it. I want a book called that because I want to know how to get into good trouble. I want to know. I want stories of people getting into good trouble.
Man, I just realized I've been live for 5 hours.
Have you? I told you. I told you that
Good
time
night.
blindness will get you. Yep. I was kind of just like thinking, like, should I do a check-in? How long have we been here? How are you feeling?
Gosh, yeah, I had to take a couple of breaks.
I think there were great conversations.
How you feel? So melanated. Sorry, Silver.
Oh, no,
How you
sorry.
feel? How you feel? So melanated. You got your chin.
Oh. You know what? I feel pretty good.
Feel pretty good?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
You know, I've got great mods.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was great conversation.
Yeah, it was. It really was. Like,
Making an example out of Playbox.
yeah. I don't know where he came from, but yeah, he's the type of black person that you see how many gifts he got from all these white supremacists, white tea
Yeah.
supremacists. Like, yeah. I had to mute one of them. I couldn't catch the other ones. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
it
crazy.
was, but it was good though.
It was good.
Yeah. I had a feeling that the bingo would bring them in.
Yes, all the time. Never fails.
But remember, talking about racism is racist.
Right. Yeah, that's what they said in on John's video. They kept calling him racist because he was talking about it. Yeah, I also have a homophobic bingo as well.
Oh, that I would pay to see.
That guy, he was homophobic too, so.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way he was. Yeah. I don't like a lot of things.
But he was something else, and he couldn't control himself. I have never seen a black man act like that. Like, but then again, he's not a man. He was acting like a child.
Facts.
He was a hot mess. He was. He was a hot mess. Oh, look at Cookie. He gonna wash his behind in. I guess he had enough of Miracle Whip sandwiches and his stomach feeling good now. Look at Cookie. He ain't gonna say nothing now. He act like nobody didn't see him when he come in. He gonna pretend like he didn't come in. Put your activator out. Active. You gonna put it on or put it off? Turn it off. Turn your active off so we won't know you here. You know, a lot of people do that lately. Now, is he gonna come up? He gonna come up.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling okay, John.
He feel okay. All he got to do is put some Miracle Whip between his buns.
Damn.
How did nobody else catch that, Freedom?
Nobody did catch that. You the only one caught that, Sybil. You're the only one caught that. Nobody else did.
So I almost called out Nordic because at one point he said doo-doo, and I almost went, he said doo-doo.
Like, I'm like, damn, nobody didn't catch that.
No, I caught that, hence my response at damn.
Right.
Oh, man.
Catch it. I'm like, he didn't even catch it. He usually be good on the catch, but he wasn't at all. So I'm like, John, you didn't catch it. Him and his damn Miracle Whip. Now he talking about his mom, his wife gave him Metatoli. It's like, she gave it to her. Nobody gave you nothing. Your ass got that food, and you want to go to sleep. You old.
Yep. Come home, make myself a turkey sandwich, put a little mayo and mustard on it, eat that, pass out on the couch.
But here's the thing. Do you use mayo or do you use Miracle Whip?
Hell no, I don't use Miracle Whip. I use freaking Dukes. I use real mayonnaise.
See, John like Miracle Whip. John love him some Miracle Whip. He get 2 slices of bread, no tomatoes, no cheese, no nothing. Just 2 slices of bread and put Miracle Whip on it. He think he got a whole sandwich.
Yeah. Hey, Mary, you have a good night. Or is it Mary? Marie? Marie. Okay. You have a good night. Sleep well.
Yeah, I'm about finna get off here and go other place. So Melodata, I'm out.
All right.
First live, woo woo.
And I met all my gift goals as well.
Woo! Hell yeah.
Yeah, we had consistent, like 50, 60 people in here, and then it would kind of shoot up a little tiny bit. And so I'm sure we had a lot of people come through.
Yeah,
Like,
we did.
I ain't even gonna lie. I was in the middle of taking that IAT test, and that's when I heard everything just break loose with Playbox, and I'm just like, I've been gone for 5 minutes. What the hell?
Yeah, that was just.
Yep. Every once in a while, there's one that just someone who just wants to believe, and no matter what you say, they're not going to change their mind.
It's like my dad always put it to me. There's always going to be someone that stirs the shit pot. Just don't let it be you.
I mean, in the military, we had to stir that's a whole other story.
I was going to say, I've heard all of those stories from both my dad and my godfather, so
The burn pit. That's what when they say burn pits include so much. And they do include having to burn poop because we didn't have a way to get trucks out there to clear out the porta-johns. And so the soldiers had to do it.
And one of the craziest things that I've well, number one, heard about, and number two, God damn it. second notion is I've read reports on it. We literally invented a system that would have eliminated that. And we sold it to the British. It was the John bags.
Oh, I heard about those. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, we made the concept, manufactured it, and then sold it to the British.
Believable.
Wow, this has been very enjoyable.
I would agree. I found this very enjoyable as well, and a pretty good learning experience.
Oh, awesome, Big Trouble. Hopefully they get you squared away. You know, there's in going through some of the research I'm trying to find for veterans and stuff, I found something very interesting. And Papa Storm knows a lot about this. I've heard him talk on a panel about it before as well. When we look at what our veterans face as they step out of the military and deconstructing and doing trauma therapy and different things like that, they're now beginning to offer PTSD for Black military members that faced racism during their time in the military. And so beginning to understand that just for women, when we deploy, say, to Iraq or Afghanistan, if we are, say, SA or graped while in theater there during a deployment, it's considered when you go to your therapy, the trauma therapy for it, it's considered, because it's in a combat zone, it's considered kind of along those same lines. And so now they've applied that to the racism that was faced, because we had just so much in deployment that the Black military members faced, and having to not only face that combat environment, but then face racism on top of it. The level of PTSD for that and the level of trauma therapy for that is higher because it was in a combat situation. And so they're finally beginning to recognize that even within the military, where it's supposed to be everybody has everybody's back, that racism is abundant.
All right.
I was gonna say I'm actually getting ready to hop off and go to bed because I've got the little man meowing at me and he ain't gonna stop till I feed him. And then I know once I feed him, that's the death knell. I'm going to bed.
Yep. I was gonna say he's gonna lunch up on you if you don't go feed that kitty.
Oh yeah. But thank you again for the eye opener and the little bits to get started. It is greatly appreciated, and I wish you guys the best of luck in your daily endeavors.
All right, thanks. Thanks for being respectful as well.
I try. But anywho, have a good night, y'all.
All right, good
Night. It
night.
was good meeting you.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you.
That cat, I love that cat.
I know. I think I'm gonna do the same topic again tomorrow.
It was a good topic.
Greetings, everyone.
Hey, trouble.
So yeah, so it took them about. Well, I filled out my paperwork last, probably like around August time, no September. I did my stuff, and they got to me probably about a month ago. So it does take a while because there's a lot of people that are caught in the PACT Act. One thing, sorry about that. One thing that stuck is the fact that when I got my paperwork, it told me where I needed to go, and I get there, and that wasn't where I needed to be. I was at a totally different hospital. So what happened is that they had this template, and the hospital that they sent me out here kept telling them that calling and say, hey, you're sending patients to the wrong place for their exam. So the VA just a simple, change in paperwork would have, saved me an additional 30-minute drive. Like, it was ridiculous. So, I got it done. It took all of maybe 40 minutes for the whole exam. And so I've been waiting. So it's been a month now. But yeah, that's good. That's good to hear about what you're saying as far as the PTSD, as far as racism in the military, because there's a lot of it. I joined in 1998, and back then, my damn enlistment paper said Negro on it. So, so it was a totally different time. And there damn sure was a lot of racism. So I had to look into that. And as far as for women, that a lot of that really took place.
Yes.
Terry doesn't want to talk about, and that's the thing that. And there's one congressman that wanted to put legislation in to stop people from the military, from women in the military, from being able to talk about it, but he never served. It happened like last year. I forgot his name. I did a video on him, but he wanted to encompass it under some anti-woke act that would make it harder for women to report essays, as a Republican do.
For the heart me.
It's really,
No, I was just thanking someone for the heart me.
Yeah. So my experience with this whole PACT Act and with the VA, it wasn't great starting off. Like I said, I joined in 1998, got out in 2007, and from then it took me a couple of years. I mean, it took me years because this is before they went through the whole digital system. And so my paperwork got lost a couple of times, but I never stopped fighting. That's the thing with the VA, you can't stop fighting because they pretty much rely on people just giving up because it seems to be so hard. But now it's a lot easier, to go for your benefits. But hopefully this PACT Act stuff does come through because I just started developing a lot of stuff and not realizing what it was. So I got a lot of respiratory issues. I got some other issues like gastrointestinal, weird rash that the doctors were perplexed by. So there's a whole lot of stuff that they knew that was going to happen from us burning these chemicals, burning the poo and jet fuel or whatever the GP8 or whatever. They knew the hazards to this. But it was more cost effective, for us to just breathe the stuff in than to give us the proper equipment to do it. So now they ended up spend more money trying to take care of us now.
Exactly. And when you get, so also, you said that you were spot on with the VA and how it takes its time and just that the system is so slow and not really geared towards helping us. Well, one of the things I hear a lot of vets talking about is that when they get that first initial determination from the VA, whatever percent it is, 10, 20, 30%, they're always going to give you a lower percent because they don't think you're going to fight back against it. And so whatever percent you get, regardless of what it is, you can appeal it. There's like so many different things that you can do. And if you want help doing that, let me know, because there's a whole network of VSOs that we can find. That there are some that you can pay for, because that was one of the things the PACT Act did, is there are VSOs that you can pay for, and they just take some of your back pay when you get your determination. But there are others that do it for free, and they're paid for by the government and certified to help you appeal and go through all of that process when you do get your determination.
Yeah, that is true. I've heard that a couple of my coworkers used that same method. I know, like, they paid upwards of like $4,000, and that's here in Virginia, so maybe that's just the price out here. But they paid about $4,000 of that, settlement money, that first, initial that they give you for the back pay, and then you just pay that one time, and then you're good. But I think I'm pretty good on it, with the appeals and stuff. I've had to appeal a lot, so like I'm at 80% now.
Oh, cool. Okay. I thought you were like
so
just starting the process. No, that's awesome. It sounds like you know all that.
I've been doing this for a while with the VA, and they've denied me on some wild stuff like that. Like I've had a hyperextended spine that I was on med board for 6 months, maybe non-deployable, and they denied me for that, for a hyperextended spine. I'm like, well, how did I get denied for this? They've denied me for a couple of things, for combat injuries, but then they gave most of it was largely PTSD. And injury. No, they didn't give me injury to my eye, because my freaking eye left, the whole left side of my face was, so I'm gonna try to find TikTok friendly words. Went over went over an IED, and the main part of the explosive didn't detonate. It was the primer charge went off, which was supposed to detonate a artillery round, but the primer actually shot the artillery round out the ground, was saving our lives. But I got caught in the blast of the primer, so it ruptured or detached my retina, blew some of my teeth out, blew my eardrum out. So I had to do all those separately. It was crazy that they denied me for some of those on that, but then gave me some. But this is all like what is all happened at one time. Like I'm like, this is all at the same time. So it's really weird when it comes to the VA, so you really have to stay on top of them, because they really don't want to compensate our service members.
Yeah, they'll tell you, like with the story that you just said, they'll tell you, oh, but it's not service connected. And it's the most outlandish thing in the world. Right.
Like, so you think this happened in Brooklyn, New York? You think the IED went off on freaking, on Atlantic Avenue and blew my teeth? And I was like, were you serious? I couldn't believe it was something that they denied me for. And the hyperextended spine was one of them. Like, how do I get denied for that? But someone said that feels like a gaslight by the VA. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a gaslight. They will definitely gaslight you and try to make you think that, you're not as hurt as you are, or whatever it may be. Initially, it was a bad experience, but the more when you go back and add more stuff on, you get more familiar with them. You get to learn their little tricks of the trade, how they operate. And then at one point, I had a neighbor that was Army. He worked at the Veterans Administration. He was some sort of regional manager, something like that. And he helped me out a lot too, with some of my, what's this? Oh, the thing is Carol James. Oh, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, man? So he helped me out with some additional stuff as far as writing up, because also when you're doing your VA package, there's a certain way you got to write this stuff to, I guess, catch their eye. So he helped me out with some verbiage that have further helped me up my percentage when I went back. So there's a lot of little tricks and tricks to this trade. But their whole main goal is to try to deter you, make you feel like, no, you're good, and to save them money.
Exactly. I think within the veteran community, the veterans who are kind of, like I have my 100%, you have 80%, we then go out and look for the veterans who haven't gone through the system, because you're exactly right. They look for very specific terminology even. And you could have a situation like he does here, and if you don't word it exactly right, they're going to deny it, or they're going to kick it back and say, oh, you didn't, you didn't say these things.
Yeah, and that's all it comes down to. What you think is just, it's just the moral in doing something like that, the people that serve their nation, because they didn't word it, in terms that that they would not know. There's no guidebook for this. You can't get, you can get a practice ASVAB test. There's no practice how to put stuff on your VA form type stuff. So yeah, they definitely got to do better by us. And it's been like that. Like, it took my father years. He's in his 70s now, but like some around in his early 60s, whatever they passed, he was able to finally get compensated for Vietnam for Agent Orange. You think about how long ago that was, and he didn't get compensated that to his early 60s.
Exactly. We were talking about that earlier, and we said just that, that the Agent Orange, and I think it was Daniel that said, yeah, it was 35 years ago that Agent Orange happened. And now you think 35 years later, and all of those people are in their later life. They've already, the cancer has already affected, and unfortunately, with sad circumstances a lot of times, and they were never able to get the care that they needed. And so they're opening it up to allow for benefits for children of military service members who, may have unalived because of these cancers and things like that. But I always feel like it's too little too late.
It is. If you see the condition of my father, it's way too little too late. I mean, he's had to have part of his left part of his lower leg removed. He's had like blood toxicity issues. He's developed some sort of gastrointestinal issue, cognitive degenerative issues. He's got so much stuff that they link back to Agent Orange, and all of this stuff we watched happen to my father since. I'm 47 now, so I watched this stuff happen to him over my entire lifetime, and they did nothing to help him, to the point, like, he's nowhere near the same person he is now. We got a little bit of time left on the planet with him to enjoy, but it could have been a lot more time if they just did what they needed to do, which was right, and help these soldiers and Marines and sailors, anyone that was exposed to it. They just helped them out. A lot of us would still have our parents a little bit more healthier right now.
Exactly.
It's like I can't get that time back, and he can't get that time back. He enjoys serving his nation, but at the end of the day, they could have helped him. They could have helped all these other vets that were exposed to it, and they simply didn't. They sat back and did nothing. Just like with the PAC Act, they knew that this was hazardous, and they sat back and did nothing. So, my service is always to the nation, to the Constitution, and my father was drafted. I volunteered with knowing that, hey, they're probably not gonna look out for me when I'm done. And we shouldn't have to accept that. They should do right. But in the same token, I do accept that. But it doesn't mean that if you know something that is harmful that you just you don't intentionally overlook it just to save money.
We look at what happens to different marginalized groups when they join the military. When we look at those who join the military as hoping for a fast path to citizenship, and we see them join the military, go to combat, come home, ETS or leave the military, and then they're being deported. They're not able to find work. They fall into, maybe getting caught with the law. And then we're supposed to have guards in place to stop them from deporting combat veterans that make them go through a different checklist, but they don't even go through that. They just deport them. And we have other countries taking care of our combat veterans now. And it just shows that America really does not care about its marginalized groups.
No, it truly doesn't. Wait, just give me 1 second here.
I think it really surprised me when, after the Crown Act was signed, that the Army changed its military regulation and grooming standards for women in the military, so that Black women could wear their hair more naturally as it grows out of their head, instead of forcing them to wear their hair in the military appropriate style, which is nothing more than a whitey standard. And making those changes, that really surprised me that they made those changes so quickly, just because of how steeped in racism the military has always been.
Yeah, that's another thing when it comes to the military and racism. Like it's so much ingrained in the military, and a lot of times it's gone overlooked for so many years. Like even like going from NCO to staff NCO, some of the stuff that I've had to deal with, even with some of the junior Marines, and I've had some that I knew were like supremacists, and they made it very known. And at one point, that's when I started looking at the tattoos, because you would find there were a lot of guys in there with Swatch, tattoos, or these the Aryan Nation eagle sort of thing. So and they just made it notable that that's who they were. And so, being African American in the military, even regardless of rank, you still have to put up with that. Then you also have to put up with it with your, higher ups, what I'm saying? Your senior staff and your officers who, are intentionally doing stuff differently, or you're not getting promoted even though you did better on the board, like an NCO board, you did way better. But then this guy gets it. And like, well, hold on here. Wait, first of all, it's my time grade alone. Like, how did this work out? Like it's very depressing after you get out and you think about it, and you just sit back and think about all the stuff that you had to deal with. That you just want to serve your nation. That's it. And even inside doing that, you still meet racism. That's when I joined the military. Like I said, my enlistment papers said Negro on it. Like, it's funny because when the VA, the rep was looking at my stuff, and it's like, wait a second, what year were you? Did you join? And I told him, he's like, why does it say Negro? I was like, I have no idea, right? I was like, I thought we were past that, but I guess apparently it was still inside the military's, at least the Marine Corps system, for African Americans to be called Negroes. I've done videos on my old account showing that because people didn't believe me, and I had to show them, look, my paperwork says Negro. And was it Silver saying? So thank you for your time devoted to this nation. I hate saying thank you for your service. Thank you for the time that you devoted to defending this nation.
Thank you as well. And thank you for sharing, both yours and your father's stories. I think it's important for us to hear and understand, what those stories look like.
Yeah, because it's more common than people think. It happens to a lot of service members, a lot of family members, and largely it's just gone overlooked. And a lot of American people just they just don't have the time to care. And I've got met with, well, you volunteered. Even my wife said it to me once before. You volunteered. I was like, well, damn. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people really understand it unless you serve. What it means. And then when you get finished service, all you want is, just the bare, just the minimum, just what you're supposed to do is right. That's all we want from the government. Just do right by us.
Exactly. I think, I know we just, 2022, we saw some change. And I think that the changes took effect just last year to the Uniform Code of Military Justice in regards to the recruiters lying to recruits about that fast track to citizenship and the different things, some of the different lies that were told to marginalized groups to get them to join the military. Now those types of lies are going to be punishable offenses. So it's like I see minimal, very small movements forward, but it's still there's so much. There's so much within the military structure.
Yes, that service and some military membership. So I didn't know it wasn't an actual policy. So it seemed like, why would they intentionally? Because this happened to, hundreds of thousands of people that migrated to America that served this nation from all across the world, not just from the southern border. Because that's where they seem to predominantly target people from the southern border, even though we have people from European countries, Asian countries, African nations. We have people that come from islands. Like my grandfather came here from Barbados. Right now they probably would have deported him. But they seem to target people from the southern border when it comes to deporting people after they've served. I've even seen them deport master sergeants, sergeant majors who served, majors. Oh, I'm talking about high up, ranking officers, field grade officers and senior staff NCOs. That's 30 something plus years. So you're just gonna say, hey, you know what? You gotta go. It's just like, where is the morality in the U.S. government? Where is it?
Exactly. I know when I was in AIT, we had a kid from Japan come in, and he spoke English, but it was very proper English, like he had just learned it from a textbook. And so we kind of talked to him about it, and he said, yeah, what the military does is when you sign up, they'll actually send you to school to learn English before you go to basic and AIT, your school, your advanced individual training. And so, there's this whole thing in place that they do, but then when they get to active duty, and they then are supposed to get in contact and find that fast path to, you know, do all the paperwork and then go in and take the test and do all of this stuff. But then when they're on active duty, they never make that connection, you know, and then they deploy and they get just off, you know, and their units don't take care of them. And then next thing you know, we have, I think it was, because you're right, because it's not just the southern border, you know, it's so many others. I can't remember the number of countries that have a network called the Bunker, where they're housing our combat veterans that have been deported, but it's a ton of other countries that have this network system.
That's sick. That's really sick that has to happen. Before I go, I'm about to drop. I just had to go to the store for my wife. You know, gotta do what you do. I do as a husband, so it's my duty. So I'd done recruiting, so I didn't know about that too much because that's not something that I had to deal with, the whole citizenship thing. But I did recruiting in New York City at the One Beekman. So, and I was in New York for 9/11. So have you ever seen any of the 9/11 movies?
Like some of the documentaries and stuff from then, yeah.
So if you remember the Marine that they were talking about, Sergeant Thomas, that they always talk about, who stayed out there at night, searching for people.
Oh yeah.
Would you believe if I told you that the movie or entertainment industry portrayed him as a white man? He's actually a black man.
I would 100% believe that.
Would you believe that they interviewed myself, Stasson Martinez, Sergeant Newsom, Stasson Peretta? They interviewed all of us, everyone at the recruiting station, about that, 9/11 and about, Sergeant Thomas and what we did. And even with them interviewing us and us talking about Sergeant Thomas, they still elected to move forward with displaying him as a white man in almost every documentary and movie. Now tell me that's not a slap in the face. He's an African-American male.
That's, it really gets me, because during that time, you hear YT Americans talk about how we came together during that time, how, it was the last great time America all came together, and we sure the hell did not. We did exactly things like that, and whitewashed something in real time that happened to America. We marginalized anybody who was deemed Middle Eastern, and we classified every single person as Muslim, and then we wanted to put them in camps, and we wanted to segregate and do this, and we did not come together. We whitewashed every single thing.
Yep. So they damn sure did that, and so with respect to what you're saying during 9/11 also, like the Middle Eastern Muslim or urban communities in New York City were heavily under attack, and one of the guys we all grew up with in the neighborhood, we called him Mike, even though we know his name wasn't Mike, but we were like, okay, we'll go by Mike. They was family were trying to close the store so that they can get out of there, and people jumped and they beat him, and they ended up unaliving him. And see, this is because the administration had already been stoking this fire, just like Trump does, with Muslims are bad, did this, did that. They had stoked this flame, so that when 9/11 happened, they were heavily targeted. And so subsequently, we lost a lot of good, he was Mike, we grew up with him. I'm like, why would y'all do this? Why would y'all take his life like this? We grew up with him. Y'all know he had nothing to do with it. But it's the same thing I've seen now with them stoking the whole, they're not sending anything to us, but they're rapists, they're murderers, they're this, that, and the third. It's the same tactic that, this party, the Republican Party, uses over and over again. That's all I got. I'm back at the house. I gave you a follow. This is a good conversation. I think more conversations about veterans and benefits and stuff that happens to us, and how terrible they are about compensating us. I think more conversations need to be held about that, because we are always forgotten at the end of the day until another event arises where America needs us again.
Absolutely. It was a great conversation. Thank you. Thank you for having the conversation with me.
Indeed. Y'all have a blessed evening.
You too.
You ready to sleep?
I'm just like absorbing and just processing it all, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I think I'm ready for bed. It was a good live. It was a great conversation.
Yeah. I probably will end up doing it again tomorrow.
I love it.
Yeah. But yeah, it was definitely great. Like, even when it got crazy. But yeah, I am feeling tired, so I am gonna like end the live.
Okay. Perfect. Then just let me know when you're ready to do it tomorrow, because I'll come back and support.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. I noticed that you were in another live when I
Uh-huh.
shared it, so that's why I was so surprised that you came as quickly as you did.
Nope. I said I have prior promises to keep unbolted.
Yeah, that's. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna do this topic again tomorrow.
Good.
Because I
Good.
mean, look at the good conversations that we had that came from it.
Yep, we have a new member of our group, I think, with Nordic. I think we're going to see a lot more of him, hopefully.
Yeah, I think so as well. Gosh, man, I'm like so I actually I fell asleep earlier, and then I woke up, and because I knew that I wanted to go live around the same time that I have been. And so when I went live, I'd been awake for like half an hour.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I did enjoy it as well. And I was like doing like other things, but I was listening and just keeping an eye on things. And definitely like thanks for modding as well.
No problem. That is what I am here to do.
Yeah, so I guess I will see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
All right, you too.